Chapter 60. As expected of a young hero, you're able to kill Wang family head and Zheng family head at such a young age. This level of cultivation is really amazing. May I know which sect this little brother is from? The middle-aged man smiled slightly. He looked quite amiable. I almost forgot. I am Wind Pavilion's Vice Pavilion Master, Yuan Ping. Do you want to make friends with me? Kong Liang, who was standing on the side, looked at the two burned corpses next to him, and his heart shuddered. Fortunately, he didn't provoke any conflict with Yi Tianyin before, otherwise he would have died. His cultivation was much worse than Wang family had. Wind Pavilion. Yi Tianyin frowned. He doesn't have a good impression of Wind Pavilion. When he saw Kong Liang next to him, he knew the situation. He must have gone back and told everything, so Yuan Ping came here. He must have sent a few spies to check the situation here. Otherwise, how can he come here at such a coincidence? Not interested. Yi Tianyin is so straightforward. He already caused some conflict, and now he wants him to join Wind Pavilion. Isn't this a slap in the face? Little brother, why are you so stubborn? Soul Tool Alchemy Furnace is a good thing. Yuan Ping's eyes flashed with cold light. He already inquired about the news. He knows why these two are here, so it's not surprising that he knows. Immediately his tone changed, and he said solemnly, "You can take this thing, but there is a condition. That is to join Wind Pavilion." Listening to you, why do I feel like the real owner of this Soul Tool Alchemy Furnace is you, not me? Yi Tianyin sneered. Yes, I'll give you a chance. Join Wind Pavilion, and you can use this alchemy furnace at will. Or die here, like Wang family head and Zheng family head. You will become a corpse. Yuan Ping's eyes are cold, full of killing intent. Don't think that you're the strongest after killing Wang family head and Zheng family head. They just broke through to core condensation not long ago, and you can easily kill them with your second level core condensation, cultivation. Judging from your aura, you are at core condensation, second or third level. To be honest, it's already amazing. But compared to me, you are still too weak. Immediately, his fourth level core condensation strength burst out all of a sudden. He's much stronger than Wang family head. He's worthy of being the Vice Pavilion Master of the General Pavilion. You Wind Pavilion have always been so lowly. Not only you slander and suppress others, you also want to rob them of their treasures. Yi Tianyin shook his head. He thought this is the end. He didn't expect Wind Pavilion to come to him again. Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Choose to surrender or resist. Yuan Ping said coldly. Beside him is another elder who is also at the core condensation stage. This lineup is much stronger than the previous Wang and Zheng families. Seeing the Soul Tool Furnace, their hearts were filled with greed. If they let Yi Tianyin go like this, it would definitely be a huge loss. It's okay to join Wind Pavilion, but if you don't want to join, then he'll have to snatch it. Soul Tool Alchemy Furnace. That's something that even third-level faction wants. It's impossible for them not to be tempted. Yi Tianyin said indifferently, I'll also give you one last chance. Either get lost or die. Yan Lingxue and Yan family head both took a deep breath behind him. Saying such words to Wine Pavilion is simply courting death. However, he had been forced to this point. He could only choose to join or die. There was no other choice. It means that even if you hand over the Soul Tool Alchemy Furnace, there's no point, you still have to die. This surrender is basically tantamount to completely obeying their orders. It's not a situation where you can just leave. Brat, I gave you a little face, but you still dare to be arrogant. Yuan Ping said coldly, In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as his voice fell, Yuan Ping rushed over here. The storage ring on his hand flashed, and a high-grade spirit sword appeared in his hand. He waved the sword and stabbed toward Yi Tianyin. The fierce sword flashed for a while, and a crazy murderous aura came from all around him. This move is already a one-hit kill. He wants to directly stab Yi Tianyin to death. Frost fist open. E.T. Onion gently clenched his fist, and with a bang, a burst of ice quickly spread in front of him. In an instant, the group of people in front of him was directly frozen into ice sculptures. One by one, they couldn't move, they were stunned in place. E.T. Onion walked over and muttered, "Crazy EXP mode open. Take 2 double EXP pills." E.T. Onion walked over and used absorbing Stargrate technique, and a crazy suction force rolled forward, and the frozen Yuan Ping was sucked and stuck to E.T. Onion's palm. A steady stream of spiritual power was pulled out, turning into a huge amount of EXP and poured into the body. Especially after he stacked many people together, after connecting them, their spiritual power was crazily sucked in, and the spiritual power in their body was sucked in at once. 100. 000 EXP 100. 000 EXP 980. 000 EXP kept pouring in. All they can do now is to look at E.T. Onion stupidly. They can't move at all. The effect of the upgraded version of Frost Fist is good. Core condensation stage is still frozen by me. E.T. Onion looked at them and smiled indifferently. The effect of this Frost Fist is as he thought. After the upgrade, the effect has been greatly improved. Even core condensation stage can still be frozen. Frost Fist, low-grade spirit weapon. Effect: Ice attribute attack, slow movement speed. Consume Crazy Point, can use special skills, completely freeze the area within 200 meters, causing super freeze, last for 5 minutes. There is no indication of how much cultivation can be frozen here, just how long it can last. The change is only the change in the range. The rest of the values don't seem to have changed much, but the effect is undoubtedly improved a lot. Yan Family Head and Yanling Xue were dumbfounded. They just felt a cold air passing by. Then Yuan Ping inexplicably couldn't move, standing in the same place. Yuan Ping's eyes widened, staring at E.T. Onion. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't say a word. His whole body was frozen. Naturally, he couldn't say a word. 5 minutes later, the spiritual power in their body was completely drained. There was nothing left. Immediately, the freezing effect disappeared. They quickly collapsed to the ground. The spiritual power in their body was sucked out. Their body became soft, and they couldn't get up. "You, what is this evil technique?" Yuan Ping was shocked, and his answer was the same as Zhang Family Head. They were all shocked. They have never seen a martial art that can suck out the spiritual power in their body. But now it is in front of them. Chapter 61. This time, when E.T. Onion asked this question, his tone was so sarcastic and scary. At this time, Yuan Ping finally knew what kind of monster he is facing. No wonder Wang Family Head and Zhang Family Head were killed. It's not that they are too weak, but E.T. Onion is really strong. I didn't expect you to be so strong, but I will never give in. If you want to kill me, I will listen to you. Yuan Ping did not compromise, but looked at him coldly and said, "As long as you let me go, then today's matter will be written off. I will not hold you accountable. As long as you kill me, you will be hunted down by our Wind Pavilion. The Chief Pavilion Lord will avenge me. No matter how you run, you will not be able to escape." Yuan Ping is not afraid of death. He even threatened E.T. Onion. As long as he kills him, he will be hunted down endlessly. He will never be able to escape. "Is that so? Then I am looking forward to it." E.T. Onion looked at him and sneered. He raised his hand to his face and gently wiped his face. The 100 transformation mask was taken off, revealing his original face. After Yuan Ping saw this, even the people behind him were dumbfounded on the spot. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They have never seen this face before, but they have all seen it on the wanted poster. This familiar face is right in front of them. Inside Wind Pavilion, as long as they can capture E.T. Onion, then they can become the Deputy Pavilion Lord of any branch of Wind Pavilion. In addition to the Deputy Pavilion Lord position, there are also the rewards. So many people want to capture E.T. Onion so that they can achieve a meteoric rise in their career. Now, this person is in front of them. Not only his cultivation is terrifying, but he can also change his appearance. They can't see through him at all. You. Yuan Ping did not hesitate. He slowly recovered from the shock. Pointing at Yi Tianyin, he was stunned and speechless. No need for you. You want to kill me? Do you think I am short of this? Yi Tianyin sneered, and in the next moment, he punched Yuan Ping heavily. Yuan Ping was able to resist it, but it was useless. Boom! The group of them were killed on the spot and turned into experience points that fell into the system. His experience bar skyrocketed. Ding! Successfully killed Yuan Ping, gained 60,000. 000 EXP. Double EXP pill. Heaven Feather Sword Technique, 1400 crazy point. Ding! Successfully killed Deacon Liu. Gained 15,000 EXP. Double EXP pill, 800 crazy point. A series of EXP and items dropped from the assassin's corpse, falling into Nianyan's inventory one after another. His EXP skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyin for successfully breaking through to level 5 of core condensation stage. Finally, after killing this group of people, he once again ushered in a breakthrough. Successfully broke through to the 5th level of core condensation. This leveling speed was quite fast, but he still felt that it was not enough. If other core condensation experts heard Yi Tianyin's thoughts, they would definitely explode in anger. You still think this is slow? Those who are in their 30s or 40s are still at the 2nd or 3rd level of core condensation. How old was Yi Tianyin? 17 years old. It's scary to say it out loud. After killing the assassin, Yi Tianyin turned around. He didn't put on the 100 transformation mask. He looked at Yan Lingxue with his real face. You are Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin. You really are the person wanted by Wind Pavilion. Yan Lingxue was shocked. Another explosive news. Yes, I am the one who is wanted by Wind Pavilion. Yi Tianyin didn't explain too much. He just said to them, I'm afraid you can't stay here anymore. It's best to move out of here. Otherwise, Wind Pavilion or Wang family will pursue this matter. It's possible that you will be harmed. Wind Pavilion's deputy pavilion lord died here. How can they not pursue this matter? No problem, brother Yi, we will leave tomorrow. Yan family lord nodded. Then you have to be careful. Don't get caught by Wind Pavilion. Yan family lord. Aren't you worried that I will do something bad to you? Yi Tianyin smiled. If you are going to do something bad to us, you won't save me and you won't help Yan. Yan family lord smiled gently. He wasn't worried at all. Yi Tianyin shook his head and chuckled. He didn't answer. Young master, Yi, are you going to leave like this? Yan Lingxue wanted to ask him to stay, but she couldn't think of any reason. Yi Tianyin's performance is too eye-catching. But they all think that behind Yi Tianyin there must be a powerful sect behind him, so they don't have the qualifications to ask him to stay. Yi Tianyin smiled, immediately turned around and put on the mask. He said, Yes, I still have something to do. See you later. Yan Lingxue opened her mouth to say something, but she couldn't say it. She could only sigh and bury it in her heart. Yan, do you like him? Yan family lord smiled and said. Yan Lingxue blushed, she nodded, but then shook her head and didn't say anything. Hey, don't think too much about it. He has this kind of cultivation at such a young age. In the future, he will definitely become the strongest of his generation. His meaning is already very clear. He can't match up to Yi Tianyin. If Yi Tianyin is here, he will definitely see Yan Lingxue's favorability is as high as 270. She rushed up to Yi Tianyin, not because of a quest, but because she saved the whole family, so her heart is tied to Yi Tianyin. After Yi Tianyin left, he didn't stay in Wind City for too long. He turned around and continued to go back, directly to Jade Palace. After leaving the city, he immediately rode on the Snow Wolf and rushed to Jade Palace. Inside Jade Palace, Palace Lord, Heaven's immersing ancient ruins, is about to start. I don't know when you will decide the quota. Great Elder next to her asked carefully. Shi Shuiyun's face sank. Ever since she heard that Yi Tianyin was chased away, she kept this expression. From the beginning, it never changed. Therefore, anyone who saw her cold expression would tremble from the bottom of their heart, and they would be very careful with their questions. Now it's less than a week before the opening of Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Yi Tianyun's quota has been empty. No one knows when it will be filled. Finally, Great Elder couldn't help but carefully mention it. Who doesn't know Shi Shuiyun's temper? Usually very good. But now it's like she changed a person. No matter who it is, she doesn't have a good face. Empty it. Wait for Tianyin to come back. Shi Shuiyun's voice is cold, obviously in the room, but it makes the elders feel like a cold wind blowing, so they can't help but shiver. But what if he hasn't come back by then? Great Elder asked carefully. I said empty it. Wait for Tianyin to come back, don't you understand? Shi Shuiyun raised her eyes. Her eyes flashed with a bit of cold light. They immediately shook their head. This palace lord seems to have lost her soul. She can't hear anything at all, so they don't know what to say. Palace lord, I know you are worried about Yi Tianyin, but we can't always be like this. When Heaven's immersing ancient ruins opens, do you want to leave this quota empty, not willing to let other outstanding disciples enter? And he also said that he will no longer have anything to do with Jade Palace in the future. Moreover, Wing Sect and Wind Pavilion have said that if we dare to take in Yi Tianyin or help him, it is tantamount to becoming their enemy. In this way, isn't it equal to causing trouble for us? The one who spoke was naturally the second elder. Although she had changed her mind later on, she was still very dissatisfied with such a big incident. She didn't expect that after turning around, she would cause such a big trouble for them. Second elder, do you think it's Tianyin who brought trouble to our Jade Palace, not because of them? Shi Shuiyun is as sharp as ever, from the beginning to the end. Qin Shui said everything. She knows the details. At first it was Kong Xingfeng, then it was Liang Tiancheng, and finally it was Yi Tianyin who angered Yi Tianyin. From the beginning to the end, how can it be Yi Tianyin's fault? Even so, we should know how to endure. If we don't even understand this, how can we achieve great things? Second elder said with dissatisfaction, not everything can be tolerated. Our Jade Palace has been enduring for too long, leading them to think that we are easy to bully. Don't you think that Jade Palace has not been bullied enough over the years? Shi Shuiyun's words are very sharp, directly hitting the most fundamental reason. Forbearance is a good thing most of the time, but if you let others bully you, how can you endure? For example, this time the quota for Heaven's immersing ancient ruins is such a situation. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyin, they really lost the quota. This is the result of forbearance. Second elder and the others showed a helpless expression. They don't want to endure, but their strength is not enough. They can only choose to endure. Palace Lord. At this time, the guard hurriedly came in from outside, looking nervous. Palace Lord, Wing Sect and Spirit Sect people are here. Huh? Heaven's immersing ancient ruins is not open yet. They came early. There must be some conspiracy. Shi Shuiyun stood up. Her expression is even colder. If anything happens to Tianyin, I will bury the entire Wing Sect. Her voice was incomparably cold, and it didn't sound like something a 20-year-old would say. However, no one doubted her words, because she really could do it. Even if her current cultivation wasn't high enough, she could still do it. Chapter 62. At this critical moment, Wing Sect and Spirit Sect coming to Jade Palace is not a good thing. Shi Shuiyun and several elders got up and walked out of the palace. Outside, Wing Sect and Spirit Sect master came, and their momentum was overwhelming. Both of them are at the 5th or 6th level of core condensation, and they are both in their 30s. Compared to Shi Shuiyun, the gap is immediately obvious. Shi Shuiyun is only in her early 20s, but her cultivation is higher than them. She is at the 7th level of core condensation. It is estimated that in a few years, it will not be a problem to break through to spirit core realm. This is talent. It was only because of her heaven-defying talent that she was able to secure her position as the palace lord. In the entire Jade Palace, there is no strong cultivator of spirit core realm. She has such potential. How can she not sit in this position? Cultivation and talent are the most important things in this world. 2 sect masters, what can I do for you? Sure, Shuiyun's momentum is no weaker than the 2 sect masters. If I remember correctly, there's still about a week before the opening of Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Even if the time is up, you should go directly to Heaven's immersing ancient ruins instead of coming here. Standing in front of Shi Shuyun are the sect master of Wing Sect, Qing Yunqing, and the sect master of Spirit Sect, Jia Jiun, 2 sect masters. In addition to them, there are also several elders following them. Their momentum is very tense. It feels like they are here for revenge. Palace leadership, this time we are here for one of the spots. Your outer disciple, Yi Tianyin, killed our disciple, and Wind Pavilion's pavilion lord. Now this account should be settled, right? After many days, they came to Jade Palace together. Before, they just sent a message, but today they finally came to visit in person. As soon as they came to ask for the quota, they really came with bad intentions. Yi Tianyin has already said that he is no longer our disciple. Furthermore, he is only an outer disciple, not an official disciple. What he does has nothing to do with us. The second elder immediately stood up to refute. She was not willing to bear the responsibility. What a joke. So if we send someone to kill your people and then say that it's not our people, we can stay out of this matter? Qing Yunqing sneered. There was really no way to refute this. If everyone was like this, then that would really be the case. What a joke. Tianyin only did this because you kept provoking him. Your disciple was arrogant and despotic, slandering the weapon forged by Tianyin as inferior goods. Not only that, he even launched a sneak attack during the duel. I can only say that he deserved to die. Shi Shuyun's face was like frost. She looked at them coldly and said, if it were me, I would do the same. Slander and sneak attack. Even 100 deaths wouldn't be enough. Sure enough, her mouth is vicious enough. Shi Shuyun is not afraid of trouble. In the face of the pressure from the 2 sect masters, she didn't care at all. Although Spirit Sect doesn't know what they are doing here, but since they followed them here, it's definitely not a good thing, at least not a gift. Several elders were startled and immediately shook their heads. Shi Shuyun's arrogance is too much. Although it can improve the vitality of Jade Palace, it may also bring disaster to Jade Palace. Who can testify? Qing Yunqing sneered and said, as far as I know, it was your people who attacked first. We just wanted to take them back for questioning, but we were killed instead. I didn't expect your Jade Palace to be so unreasonable. Qing Yunqing's words immediately smeared the white into black. Take them back for questioning? Do you think we are 3 years old? Shi Shuyun said coldly, don't even think about the quota. Please leave on your own and prepare to enter Heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Shi Shuyun's attitude is so tough. She doesn't want to pay attention to them anymore. If the other side is not weak, she would have already rushed to kill them. Although she is only in her early 20s, she is not weak at all. The cruelty she faced in the past is far worse than what she faced now. Killing is nothing, but she usually doesn't do it easily. If she really does, no one can stop her. Qing Yunqing's face is pale. They didn't expect Shi Shuyun to be so arrogant. She can be so calm in the face of 2 sect masters. It's really a humiliation. Palace Lord Shi, it seems that you don't want to give us face. Then don't blame us for being impolite. Qing Yunqing gestured to the surrounding elders to surround them, blocking the entrance so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The combined strength of the 2 sects immediately overwhelms Jade Palace. This scene immediately made the disciples of Jade Palace pale. Are they really going to be ruthless? Sect Master Qing, what do you want to do? Great Elder stood up and said angrily, do you want to force us? The comprehensive strength of our Jade Palace is not as good as you. But if we really get angry, then don't blame us for being impolite. Angry. Qin Yunqing sneered as if he heard a joke. What other cards do you have? Marry a disciple of Qing Xian Mansion and ask her to help you? Or let your secluded old bastard come out? Listening to his words, you can hear the disdain in his words. It seems that he is not afraid of these things at all. Great Elder's face changed and suddenly became silent. What's wrong? Can't say anything. You group of old bastards are in secluded cultivation. Even if you come out, your cultivation is only at second or third level of core condensation. And marry a disciple of Qing Xian Mansion. I'm sorry. Qing Xian Mansion already told us that they will never interfere in this matter. Qing Yunqing laughed. Yes, Qing Xian Mansion told us that they will not interfere in this matter. At this time, a person came out from the outside. It is the chief pavilion lord of Wind Pavilion, Xiang Tianya, another strong core condensation cultivator. This is equivalent to 3 forces gathered together. There are also several elders with him. Their cultivation is also not low. They are also at first level of core condensation. When reaching the level of core condensation, it is already difficult to advance. It is not so easy to break through. Chief Pavilion Lord of Wind Pavilion. Second Elder's face suddenly changed. Why are you here? Didn't Wind Pavilion say that they will not interfere in any sex matter? Normally we will not interfere, but your disciple killed our people. That is an exception. Xiang Tianya's eyes flashed with cold light, but more than that, there is a smile on his face. With 3 forces at the door, how can Jade Palace resist? Shi Shuiyun has been maintaining a cold face, unmoved, as if she is not scared. Now I will give you 2 choices. First, hand over all the quota. Second, that his palace lordship will marry me. Otherwise, Jade Palace will be destroyed today. The one who spoke is Qin Yunqing. He looked at Shi Shuiyun with twinkling eyes. Marrying a genius woman. The next generation will not be weak. As soon as the statement came out, all the disciples were shocked. This is not as simple as taking out a quota. This is immediately raised to such a high level. Marry a pighead like you. Why don't you see what you look like? Do you think you are worthy? A familiar voice came from the door. Everyone looked at the door. A familiar figure appeared. It is Yi Tianyin. Chapter 63. Yi Tianyin's appearance at the door shocked everyone. Especially at this critical moment. It's no different from an idiot. 3 forces. 2 of them have a grudge against him and issued a wanted order. Now he appeared in front of them. Isn't he courting death? In theory, Spirit Sect also have a grudge against him. Even if it's just a competition. In their hearts, they definitely hate Yi Tianyin. Haha, I didn't expect you to come back. We have been looking for you for so long. I didn't expect you to come to our door in person. Do you have courage, or are you stupid? Qin Yunqing looked at Yi Tianyin and laughed. His eyes are full of killing intent. He didn't expect that at this time, Yi Tianyin will come to their door. In that case, let's kill him all at once, so everyone is happy. I think it should be courage, and you are stupid. With your stupid appearance, you want to marry our palace lord. Wishful thinking. Yi Tianyin smiled coldly. He just came back and heard this news. Anger immediately surged. Wishful thinking. Do you think we are strong enough? Qin Yunqing looked at him coldly and smiled. Believe it or not, I can crush you with 1 finger. This is not a bluff. If Yi Tianyin's cultivation is only at 8th or 9th level of spirit refinement realm, he can really deal with him with 1 finger. Do you dare to try? Shi Shuiyun looked at him coldly. Her murderous intent suddenly burst out. The entire hall of Jade Palace immediately became cold. 7th level of core condensation broke out. 3 sect lords' face changed. They can't help but curse in their heart. They have to say that Shi Shuiyun is really too talented. She reached this level at such a young age. In the future, breaking through to spirit core realm is not a problem at all. Palace Lord Shi, your cultivation is not weak. But how do you think compared to us? Can you beat the three of us? Qing Yunqing is not afraid of her. He turned to the elders and said, "Catch him! How dare you?" Shi Shuyan drew out a spirit sword and flew over, charging straight ahead. But very quickly, Xiang Tianya and Jiajin intercepted her and exchanged a blow with her. Dang! The three of them retreated, but it was clear that Shi Shuyan had suffered a great loss. 1 against 2. She would definitely be at a disadvantage. Palace Lord! They surrounded him one after another. The three elders' faces were ugly, and now they were also angry. Their demands were getting more and more excessive. First, they wanted all the quotas, and then they wanted their palace mistress to marry Qing Yunqing. Even if Yi Tianyin had done something wrong and killed their son, it was still rude of him to make such a request. "I'm fine. Save Tianyin." Shi Shuyan was worried about Yi Tianyin. She was afraid that Yi Tianyin would be captured. Too late. At this time, the two elders have already surrounded Yi Tianyin, staring at him. Shi Shuyan can't help Yi Tianyin now. Not only the distance is quite far, but there are also 3 sect masters blocking the way. It's useless to have the help of 3 elders. The other side also has elders, and their level is almost the same. Unless they have a heaven-defying martial art or a heaven-defying weapon, there's no way to break through and save Yi Tianyin. Tianyin! Shi Shuyan's eyes flashed with cold light, and it's getting colder and colder. Even her whole body is releasing extreme cold qi, ready to erupt completely. Palace Lord Shi, can you continue to move? I can't guarantee that the 2 elders won't do anything to him. Qing Yunqing said with a smile, "I'll give you one last chance. Give me all the quotas and you marry me. But this time you have to add that thing from your Jade Palace. Otherwise we will take action. And don't blame us for being ruthless. Of course, if you don't take the initiative to hand it over, we can take it ourselves." Well, you really have this idea all along. Great Elder gritted her teeth and finally understood what is going on. Yi Tianyin is just a cover, a bad excuse. What they really want is to take the treasure of their Jade Palace. So what? Now the choice is in front of you. Either hand over the treasure or hand over the quota, so that your Jade Palace has a chance to protect itself. Don't count on those merry disciples. Qingxian Mansion can't help you. What else can you expect? If you don't hand it over, not only will he die, but Jade Palace will be completely removed. Qing Yunqing laughed. The situation is in their favor. There is no need to worry about any mistakes. Shi Shuyan gritted her teeth, looking at the trapped Yi Tianyin, immediately put down the spirit sword in her hand, and said coldly, "You want that thing? Fine. I'll give it to you, as long as you let Tianyin go. You're really lucky. Palace Lord Shi is so loyal to you. In order to save you, she even took out that treasure. It's really enviable." Qing Yunqing didn't expect Shi Shuyan to do this. Yi Tianyin, who is surrounded by 2 elders, looked at Shi Shuyan with a complicated look. He was just about to take action. But Shi Shuyan said such a thing, he was moved. He doesn't know what treasure is handed over. But for the 3 forces to take action, it must not be something simple. As for the quota of heaven's immersing ancient ruins, it's basically a bonus. The most important thing is to snatch that treasure. Of course, because she is my dearest aunt. No, it should be said that she is my dearest sister, worthy of my protection. Crazy mode activate. 10 times EXP card activate. Double crazy point card activate. Double proficiency card activate. Consume 5 double EXP pill. Luck aura activate. As long as it can be activated, he will activate it crazily without any reservation. Completely open. After activating, Yi Tianyin has a wind-chasing blade in his hand, aimed at the 2 elders next to him and slashed fiercely. The speed is too fast, like a lightning around the 2 elders. With a crash sound, the 2 elders were cut in half. Their eyes widened and fell to the ground. Dead. It should be said that they don't know how they died because it's too fast, they can't see it clearly. More than that, they didn't expect Yi Tianyan to suddenly attack. They didn't have time to react. Ding. Successfully killed Wing Sect Elder. Gained 130,000 EXP. 500 Blacksmith Proficiency. Divine Wind Cut. Thunder Rush Step. 2,000 Crazy Point. Ding. Successfully killed Wing Sect Elder. Gained 120,000 EXP. 500 Blacksmith Proficiency. 2,000 Crazy Point. I didn't expect that even blacksmith proficiency can increase. They must be blacksmiths. That's why they can provide this kind of proficiency. But he doesn't care about this. His eyes are cold. Murderous intent rose to the sky. Chapter 64. As soon as he came back, he encountered these scum surrounding Jade Palace and forced Shi Shuyan to marry this trash. This instantly made Yi Tianyan angry to the extreme. What Wing Sect leader? He is nothing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he killed 2 elders, which made them stunned. The overbearing power made them feel cold. The terrifying power seems to be beyond their expectation. How long has it been? Less than a month, or even less than half a month, and he is already as strong as an elder. Kill! Yi Tianyan didn't say any nonsense. He immediately killed the elders around him. He is not in a hurry to kill Qin Yinqing and the others. His cultivation level is lower than them, so it is not easy to deal with them. The most important thing is to kill them one by one. After his cultivation level is higher, he will kill them again. 10,000 swords returned to origin. His eyes flashed a few sharp lights. As if several swords appeared in his eyes, the next moment he turned into a lightning, rushed forward, and swung his sword forward. Obviously, he only swung his sword, but it is like swinging 10,000 swords. Countless sword chi burst out in all directions. Ah! Immediately after, screams rang out incessantly. Countless rays of sword chi shot out in all directions. After they hit, they easily pierced through. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the entire hall red. In the blink of an eye, several elders fell down. Blood flowed to the white ground. Ding. Successfully killed Spirit Sect Elder. Gained 120. 000 EXP. 2,000 Crazy Point. Ding. Successfully killed Spirit Sect Elder. Gained 120. 000 EXP. 2,000 Crazy Point. Ding. Successfully killed Wing Sect Elder. Gained 120. 000 EXP. 500 Forging Mastery. 2,000 Crazy Point. Ding. Successfully killed Wind Sect Elder. Gained 120. 000 EXP. 2,000 Crazy Point. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyan. Successfully broke through to 6th level core condensation. After killing 4 or 5 elders in a row, his EXP increased rapidly, and suddenly his cultivation level skyrocketed. Killing one is equivalent to killing a dozen elders. How can the EXP be low? Quick, stop him! Qin Yinqing and the others are crazy. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyan turned into lightning and beheaded several elders. His cultivation level is not 7th or 8th level of Spirit Refinement Realm, but 3rd or 4th level of Core Condensation Realm. Crazy, they've all gone crazy. Suddenly, a monster appeared from the rear and broke their formation. This Yi Tianyan? That seems to be the case. His appearance doesn't seem to have changed much. Could it be that he encountered some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed his cultivation to soar so much? That speed, that power, and that weapon, they're even more powerful than the elders. The disciples of Jade Palace are stunned. Yi Tianyan's cultivation level has shocked them. These elders were scared, and even more scared Shi Shuyan. Core condensation stage. How old was Yi Tianyan? He was only 16 or 17 years old, but he was already a core condensation cultivator. According to this level, he's even more powerful than Shi Shuyan. Boy, don't be arrogant. Xiang Tianya roared and took out his best spirit sword. A cold light flashed and stabbed at Yi Tianyan. Xiang Tianya's strength is at 6th level core condensation. His aura is much stronger than the elders. The extreme sword light turned into a giant sword, fiercely stabbing him, trying to pierce him. He's already using his strongest move. The continuous release of chi waves swept the entire hall. The ground was affected by this sword light, creating a deep ravine. Chief Pavilion, Lord of Wind Pavilion, all of you are jackals of the same lair, a group of animals. Today, I will kill all of you. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a sneer. Ignorant child, go to hell. Save these words for your next life. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Tianya has already arrived in front of him, waving his spirit sword. Yi Tianyan looked at Xiang Tianya rushing towards him. After activating the appraisal eye, the accurate combat power was displayed in front of him. 35,000 combat power! With the support of a top-grade spiritual sword and a top-grade martial art, his battle power instantly reached 35,000. Although it could still continue to float up, it definitely wouldn't go too far. But his combat power is only 30,000 damage. There is still a small gap between the two. But as long as he releases his martial arts, his combat power will surpass Xiang Tianya, but it won't be easy to kill him. Crazy damage mode, activate. In an instant, Yi Tianyun's eyes burst out a cold light. Killing intent burst out. The wind blade in his hand burst out of the electric light, suddenly increased by 2 times. Crazy damage mode, it can increase everything by 2 times. Whether it is speed or strength, it suddenly increased by 2 times. Combat power, 60,000. 30,000 points of damage exploded all of a sudden, reaching 60,000 points of combat power. Instantly off the charts. Boom. He slammed the ground, rushed forward like a lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he penetrated Xiang Tianya. After penetrating Xiang Tianya, he stopped in the same place. The next moment, Xiang Tianya, who rushed forward, fell forward, slid on the ground for a distance, and no longer moved. Seeing a pool of blood spread from his body, he knew that he is finished. Ding successfully killed Xiang Tianya, gained 400,000 experience, martial arts extreme sparking, 1,000 alchemy mastery, 3,000 crazy point. 1 move to kill, there is no difficulty at all. He didn't use Frost Fist. He directly used Wind Blade to cut them one by one. This is the price they have to pay. Phew! A cold light flashed from behind him. Silent. Many Jade Palace disciples didn't see it clearly. When they saw it clearly, they wanted to warn him, but it seems that it is too late. Get lost! A wisp of fragrance came into Yi Tianyun's nose. It is so fragrant, so comfortable. Then a beautiful figure landed behind him, just like that. She waved the spirit sword in her hand and slashed out a white-silver light. Luo Shui. Voila! An extreme cold was released from the long sword, blocking the sneak attack of Yi Tianyan and blocking his back. Who dares to hurt my Tianyan? Behind Yi Tianyan is Shi Shuiyun holding a long sword, staring coldly at Qing Yunqing not far away. You are the sect leader of Wing Sect. You dare to sneak attack the younger generation. You really have no shame. She completely released her cold chi. Her 7th level core condensation stage cultivation is above everyone else. She is the real expert here. And Yi Tianyan looked at Shi Shuiyun's state. Her combat power is as high as 43,000. Chapter 65. Feeling the familiar aura of Shi Shuiyun, the two of them fight side by side at this moment, like a pair of a mortal couple. In the face of countless enemies, they don't even flinch. Yi Tianyun's heart is touched. No matter what, Shi Shuiyun will choose to stand by his side, never abandon him. Even Sister Xiaolian is far less than Shi Shuiyun's feelings for him. This feeling has surpassed everything. This is the highest realm of staying together in life and death, never abandoning each other. And Yi Tianyun is moved. In the face of so many forces, she will never compromise, but in the face of Yi Tianyun's life, she is willing to give up everything. You are finally willing to come back? You don't want to stay outside anymore? Sher Shuiyin's tone is not as gentle as usual, but full of majesty, murderous intent. Yi Tianyun is instantly embarrassed. He knows that Sher Shuiyin is angry. She feels that he hid outside for so long without coming back, not knowing whether he is alive or dead. It makes her very worried. I am thinking for Jade Palace. If it is because of me that Jade Palace is in danger, then wouldn't I be a sinner? Yi Tianyun shook his head. If Jade Palace is strong, then it's okay. But now it is weak. If it provokes so many forces, it will definitely be destroyed. But now it seems that from the beginning, they went straight to the treasure of Jade Palace. Although he doesn't know what treasure it is, it certainly is not simple. Sinner? Then I didn't take care of you. I am the biggest sinner. No matter what happens, we will face it together. What do you mean? Sher Shuiyin's eyes suddenly become slightly red. She thought a lot, worried that Yi Tianyun will be killed or caught and tortured. These days she was distracted. If it wasn't for Jade Palace, she would have already run out to search for him. Auntie. Yi Tianyun's throat seemed to be blocked by something. Since a long time ago, the two of them had said that they would always be together and never leave each other. You adulterous couple. Things have come to this. Yet you still dare to flirt in front of us. After Qin Yunqing was repelled, he was furious. Kill them all, kill them all. I don't believe that you two can support the entire Jade Palace. They had brought more people with them. Xiang Tianya's death was not a big deal, but there was still the sect leader of the Celestial Spirit sect. Now that things had come to this, they were ready to risk it all. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all. Kill anyone you see. We'll stop the two of them. The sect leader of Celestial Spirit sect, Jiajiyun, was furious as well. Yi Tianyun had just killed many of their elders. How could he not be furious? Instantly, all of them burst forth with their strongest power and took out their strongest treasures. In an instant, their battle prowess increased crazily. The other deacons and elders all rushed to the side. Obeying the order of the sect leader, they're going to kill everyone here and wash the entire Jade Palace with blood. The cultivators of Jade Palace are generally low in cultivation, so they can't resist the slaughter of these people. How dare you! Sher Shuiyun screamed and flew to intercept them. But Qin Yunqing has already intercepted them, and with a flash of sword and sword, they collided with each other in an instant. Bang! Sher Shuiyun was bounced back by Qin Yunqing. After Qin Yunqing used his full power, he can actually compete with Sher Shuiyun. As expected of the sect leader of Wing Sect, it's not surprising that he has such a high level. In addition, Jiajiyun is also standing on the side. He didn't attack, but he trapped the two of them so that his subordinates can attack Jade Palace. If you want to pass, you have to pass me first. Qin Yunqing sneered. I will let you see the situation of the entire Jade Palace being slaughtered by us. Sher Shuiyun's face changed. The killing intent in her eyes is getting stronger and stronger. It seems to have reached the extreme. Bang! Suddenly a cold air burst in the crowd, and the cultivators who rushed to Jade Palace are frozen in place. They can no longer move. Even Qin Yunqing and the others were affected. All of them fixed in place, unable to budge. The effect of Frost Fist is activated again. I would like to see who can touch Jade Palace. Yi Tianyun snorted coldly and flew over there. A sword light flashed, and the cultivators who rushed to Jade Palace were cut into several pieces. Blood splashed everywhere. Ding! Successfully killed. A lot of EXP popped up again and quickly turned into the EXP he needs. After Yi Tianyun swept a circle, many cultivators have fallen to the ground and never got up again. Many people don't know what happened. Inexplicably, they can't move. And then Yi Tianyun beheaded them. Everything happened too fast, too sudden, they can't react. Not to mention Qin Yunqing. Even the people on Jade Palace's side can't move. Within this range, everyone will be frozen, regardless of friend or foe. What's going on? Sher Shuiyun froze. She noticed that something is wrong. It seems that they are frozen. She knows that this is Yi Tianyun's doing, but this is too evil, isn't it? A large number of people are frozen here and can't move. Isn't this a slaughter? And, with me here, no one can touch Jade Palace and no one can touch you. Yi Tianyun's eyes are full of killing intent and immediately said coldly, "Let's get rid of them both." Qin Yunqing and Jia Jiyun can't move. They're fixed in place, watching them rush over, but they can't struggle. The effect of this frost fist is too heaven-defying, even if it can only temporarily freeze them for a period of time. But for them, even if they are fixed for half a minute, it is already a deadly existence. Shi Shuiyun's beautiful eyes lit up, looking at Yi Tianyun. Her heart is a bit touched unconsciously. Yi Tianyun has become the pillar of the entire Jade Palace. Spirit sect. Kill. Yi Tianyun turned the wind-chasing blade in his hand, turned into a lightning, rushed towards Jia Jiyun, and slashed a sword, cutting Jia Jiyun in half. You! At this moment, Jia Jiyun recovered from the frozen state, but it's too late. He has been cut in half by Yi Tianyun. He can't live at all. Ding successfully killed Spirit Sect leader Jia Jiyun. Gained 400,000 EXP. Spirit Congealing Pill. 3,000 Crazy Point. After killing him, the reward is still relatively small, not too much. Can only say that this is too poor. But he doesn't care about this at all. What he cares about is killing these intruders. At this time, Shi Shuiyun also held a spirit sword and stabbed at Qin Yunqing. When she was ready to kill Qin Yunqing, suddenly a loud shout came from behind. "Don't be presumptuous." A terrifying momentum came from a distance. A huge golden palm slapped over. Shi Shuiyun's face changed, quickly waved her sword to resist. Boom! Shi Shuiyun was directly blown back, sliding a long distance, barely stopped. As soon as she stopped, her face became flushed, and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. It was obvious that she had suffered a serious injury. Chapter 66. Aunt. Yi Tianyun rushed over and hugged her. He took out a recovery pill and gave it to her. Shi Shuiyun didn't look at the pill and swallowed it. Even if Yi Tianyun gave her poison, she will still take it. After taking it, she immediately felt a lot better, and the injuries in her body eased a lot. "I'm fine." Shi Shuiyun clenched her sword and stared at the front. Then an old man walked in from the door, looking at them coldly, and a terrifying aura shrouded them. Before, no one is as strong as this old man. Yi Tianyun looked up and suddenly froze. With the appraisal eye, the old man's data is exposed. 9th level core condensation, wearing the best spirit tool armor. Earth level martial art, heaven raising palm. Combat power 80,000. This is certainly not the old man's limit. The appraisal eye only shows the highest combat power. With the addition of Earth level martial art, his comprehensive combat power is instantly off the charts, directly crushing Yi Tianyun's 60,000 combat power. Compared to this, Yi Tianyun is more concerned about the name above the old man's head, glittering gold. Obviously, this is a super elite, and he penetrates the dark red color, proving that he is quite strong. Finally, after so long, a super elite appeared. Azure Cloud Castle is not elite level. It can only be regarded as an ordinary elite. The things dropped are good, but not good. But now there is an old man, a real elite. Finally, a super elite appeared. I don't know what kind of reward will drop after killing him. Yi Tianyun squinted, not afraid at all. The old man has a trump card. He also has a trump card. Ding! Do you accept the quest, protect Jade Palace, resist the enemy, reward, 100,000 EXP, 10,000 gold, 1 lottery, 100 points of overall favorability. This kind of random quest finally appeared. It didn't appear before. It must be beyond the range of Jade Palace. So this kind of quest appeared. I definitely have to accept it. Yi Tianyun accepted it without any hesitation. The reward for completing the mission was not bad. Not only did he get a lottery, but he also received an increase in favorability points. As for the 100,000 EXP, he didn't care about it anymore. Ancestor. After Qing Yunqing recovered from his frozen state, he quickly retreated, his entire body covered in cold sweat. He had almost died in Shi Shuyun's hands. That kind of fear was still unable to calm down, especially when he was frozen just now. He tried his best to break free, but it took him half a minute to break free. He would have died countless times in a battle against someone of the same level. I didn't expect it to be my turn. I wanted to see if the old guy of Jade Palace will come out of his seclusion. I didn't expect these few people to force me out before those old fellows came out. Qing Tianlong said coldly, "You're a bunch of trash. You can't even deal with a small Jade Palace. How can you deal with big things? The same goes for Spirit Sect and Wind Pavilion. They are too weak." He didn't want to come out. He didn't want to do these things. He just wanted to hide in the dark. If the old guy of Jade Palace came out, he might be able to get a surprise attack. He didn't expect to be forced to come out now, so he had to take action. Heavenly Spirit Sect's sect master was beheaded, but he was indifferent. Anyway, he died. It has nothing to do with Wing Sect. When he was ready to kill Qing Yunqing, he had to take action. But this is tantamount to ruining the previous plan. Ancestor, that kid is a bit strange. I don't know what kind of martial art he used, but he froze us all. We can't move at all. Qing Yunqing pointed at Yi Tianyun in horror. I can see it. I sensed it before. Qing Tianlong looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. I want to see how strange it is. Qing Tianlong took a few steps forward. His murderous aura soared into the sky. The sky was full of red color, immediately showing a purgatory scene, forming a unique domain. Qing Tianlong held a banner in his hand, and murderous aura surged out of it. The cultivators who were shrouded by the murderous aura immediately emerged in their eyes. They were affected by this murderous aura. There is a feeling of extreme thirst for battle, no longer afraid of the slightest fear. Kill them. Qing Tianlong pointed forward, ordering the remaining people to rush forward and fight with Jade Palace. He doesn't care about their life and death. Kill. Affected by the murderous aura, they madly waved their weapons and rushed towards Yi Tianyun. They seem to have forgotten the horror of Yi Tianyun just now. They are all confused by the murderous aura. This is the ability of Qing Tianlong. What a strong murderous aura! This old ancestor Qing Tianlong is really not simple. I heard that he slaughtered many cultivators to refine the blood banner in his hand. Shi Shuyun said coldly, "Be careful. Don't be affected by this murderous aura." No problem. Yi Tianyun's eyes are cold. This Qing Tianlong doesn't care about their life and death. He is using them as cannon fodder to interfere with them and test them. Palace Lord, we will help you. At this time, the three elders have come over. Facing dozens of cultivators who don't care about their life, they immediately stood up and prepared to fight together. At this point, no matter how prejudiced they are, they will choose to stand together instead of quarreling with each other. Okay, let's fight together. Those with low cultivation, stay behind. Shi Shuyun immediately issued an order. When the others have retreated, they immediately rushed forward and fought with the cultivators who rushed up. The cultivators who are affected by the murderous aura, their combat power has increased. Especially when they don't care about their life, they don't even try to dodge the sword. They are already crazy to this extent. How can they not be crazy? Get lost. Yi Tianyun slashed and cut the cultivator who rushed up. Then, after killing the cultivator who rushed up, his eyes are cold. He stared at Qing Tianlong in the distance and sneered. "You hurt my aunt. I will make you pay the price." Just now, when Shi Shuyun was injured, it made him extremely angry. Frost Fist activate. The effect of Frost Fist is activated again. This effect has a relatively short cooldown time, so it is said to be a super killer. After it was released, a cold light exploded near the green sky dragon and instantly enveloped them. At this time, Qing Tianlong is frozen. A layer of frost quickly appeared on the surface of his body. But in the next moment, Qing Tianlong roared. Boom! The frost on his body is immediately washed away by the murderous aura. It is useless. The entire process took less than a second, and the freezing effect was broken. Chapter 67. Sure enough, it's a bit strange, but little guy, it's useless against me. Qing Tianlong sneered and waved the blood banner in his hand. Countless evil qi surged again, enveloping them in it. Fortunately, other Jade Palace disciples with lower cultivation have quickly evacuated from here. Otherwise, they will definitely be affected by this blood banner. After they were enveloped by this blood banner, they immediately felt a killing intent from the bottom of their heart. The most obvious is the three elders. Their cultivation is relatively low. Their eyes immediately appeared a blood-red light, followed by a surge of killing intent. At this time they looked around. No matter who it is, they are full of killing intent. This is the most terrible thing about blood banner. It can cause them to kill each other. If their will is a little bit stronger, they can block this blood banner, but will more or less affect their mind and also affect their fighting state. Is that so? Then I would like to see how you take this move of mine. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed coldly. The blood in his body surged, ready to burst out the strongest combat power. Shi Shuiyun floated over and landed beside him. A faint cold aura enveloped him, not letting him be affected by the slightest baleful aura. Tianyin, leave him to me, you go help him. Shi Shuiyun's eyes are cold. In the face of such a powerful enemy, she has already used all her strength. Aunt, leave him to me, I can do it. Yi Tianyin knows why Shi Shuiyun came here. She doesn't want him to fight. She is afraid that he will be injured. His cultivation is very strong. It's not so easy to deal with him. Let me. Shi Shuiyun didn't finish her words. Yi Tianyin grabbed her slender arm and gently dragged her into his arms. Aunt, believe me, I'm no longer the little brother you used to protect, but a little brother who can protect my sister. This time it's my turn to protect you, to protect the entire Jade Palace. Yi Tianyun's eyes are shining, full of determination, without the slightest confusion. Shi Shuiyun was stunned. Yi Tianyun's determined face was reflected in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know how long it had been since the little boy who had always been with her had grown into such a mature man. Her eyes turned slightly red. She opened her mouth and said, I'll wait for you to come back. Yi Tianyin smiled and nodded. In the next moment, he turned around, replacing the face engraved in her eyes with those broad shoulders, as if he could bear all responsibilities, all burdens. Immediately, Shi Shuiyun quickly retreated, together with the three elders, to resist this crazy cultivator, lest he enters the interior of Jade Palace. Palace Master, is it all right to just let him go? Great Elder knows that Yi Tianyun's cultivation is not weak, but in the face of this terrifying Qing Tianlong, there is still a big gap. Believe in him. Shi Shuiyun gently spit out a sentence. She now believes in Yi Tianyin. Qing Yunqing looked at Yi Tianyin coming over, looked at him with pitiful eyes and said, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant coming here alone. Do you really think you are a hero? Without that evil martial art, you're just a fart. Old ancestor, kill him. Qing Tianlong sneered. Brat, you killed so many elders of my sect. Today I will bury you and the entire Jade Palace with you. The elders and deacons of Wing Sect are basically dead. The remaining disciples are of little value. That's why he controlled them, to kill Yi Tianyin. Anyway, it's useless to keep them here. They are just a bunch of trash. Really, I want to see if you have the ability to do so. Dragon God Secret Art, open. Yi Tianyin looked up to the sky and roared. The dragon roar came out from his throat, and the blood in his body was instantly stimulated. It's like a giant dragon galloping in his body. The next moment, a piece of golden dragon scales emerged from the surface of his body, and in the blink of an eye, his whole body was covered with a thick layer of dragon scales, and his body became bigger and stronger. A terrifying power flowed out from his strong physique, and he stood there like a huge dragon. Obviously, it's just a layer of dragon scales covering his whole body, but it gives them the feeling of a giant dragon standing in front of them. At the same time, he can feel his combat power evaluation skyrocketing. 65,000, 70,000, 75,000, 80,000. In an instant, his combat power is the same as Qing Tianlong. Amazing dragon might is released from his body. It looks unparalleled. For a time, they are stunned. Yi Tianyin can transform. This looks like a dragon's physique? The power that burst out is unprecedented. This is Tianyun's power. Shi Shuiyin opened her mouth in shock. She can feel the terrifying power. It's even stronger than her. He has really become the man who can protect me, and not the boy who was always protected by me. This is the dragon race. Qing Tianlong is shocked. His name has the word dragon in it, but it doesn't mean that he has dragon blood in his body. After Yi Tianyin completely transformed, a cold light flashed across his eyes, and he immediately stomped on the ground, turning into a shock wave and attacking Qing Tianlong with a loud bang. He did not use any weapons. Instead, he used the frost fist on his hand and attacked Qing Tianlong fiercely. Go to hell! Seeing this, Qing Tianlong's expression changed, and he quickly waved the blood banner in his hand. As he waved, countless blood skeletons whizzed towards him, and a chilly wind blew. These bloodthirsty skeletons all rushed towards Yi Tianyin, trying to eat him up. Dragon God skill. First style, Dragon Soul Flash. In an instant, a giant dragon appeared on Yi Tianyin's body, and the energy that came out from his body when he was running turned into a dragon soul, shrouding his body. Then, the dragon's soul clawed at the incoming blood slaughter skeleton. It swung its huge claws at the blood slaughter skeleton. Swoosh, with the power that can tear space apart, the blood slaughter skeletons that pounced on him were easily destroyed. He easily pierced through them, and the blood slaughter skeletons were useless. As long as they got close to the dragon's soul, their souls would be shattered by the domineering dragon power. The domineering dragon power is not to be blasphemed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyin had already arrived in front of Qing Tianlong, and he fiercely waved his heavy fist, aiming at Qing Tianlong. This is a punch for Ant. He roared, and his voice turned into the roar of a dragon and a tiger, soaring into the sky, and his fist was like a huge dragon claw, grabbing forward. Oh no! Qing Tianlong's face darkened, and he quickly waved the blood banner in his hand to block. It looks like a banner, but it can also be used as a defensive tool. In this urgent situation, he can only use all his strength to block. Boom! Under the terrifying dragon claw, Qing Tianlong was forcibly blown away, and he only managed to stop after retreating a few dozen meters. However, the blood banner in his hand had a few more deep marks. Chapter 68. With an explosive punch, Qing Tianlong was sent flying, and the blood-killing banner in his hand was destroyed. This was enough to show how terrifying this power was. Although this blood evil banner is not a top-level treasure, but it is at least an upper-grade spirit tool. But after being grabbed by Yi Tianyin, a few holes appeared on it. How dare you destroy my blood-fiend banner? Qing Tianlong's face darkened. This was a treasure that he had spent a lot of effort to forge. Although it was only a superior-grade spiritual weapon, it was stronger than a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. It should be said that the effect was amazing. Treasures were judged by their effects. This was similar to the effect of the Frost Fist, although it was only an inferior-grade spiritual weapon. Based on this effect, it was not even comparable to a soul weapon. However, this weapon could not be forged, so it was normal for it to be outstanding. Boom! What answered him was not Yi Tianyin's words, but Yi Tianyin's fist. An overbearing punch came again. The terrifying tearing claw came through the air and clawed down with all its might. The huge dragon claw shrouded Qing Tianlong. The terrifying killing intent locked onto him, and there was no way to avoid it. Don't look down on me. Qing Tianlong roared, and the storage ring on his hand flashed. In the next moment, a blood-colored saber appeared in his hand. This blood-colored saber was about half the height of a person, and it was covered in dense divine inscriptions. The moment the weapon appeared, a terrifying murderous aura spread out in all directions. It was another broadsword filled with murderous aura. It was unknown how many innocent people's blood it had stained to produce such a murderous aura. Blood stains the mountains and rivers. A red light flashed in Qing Tianlong's eyes, and a blood-red broadsword shot up to meet Yi Tianyun's palm. Boom! The terrifying crimson blade light cut the palm in half as if it was a piece of tofu, and the rest of the blood fiend blade light continued to attack Yi Tianyin. Countless blood-killing skeletons whizzed through the broadsword. Their distorted faces and miserable screams could be heard from the broadsword. Break! Yi Tianyin quickly swung his fist to block, and his fist collided with the bloody saber light. With a bang, he was sent flying, but he only slid a few steps back. The rest of the saber gleam had already been absorbed into his body by his absorbing star's great technique and turned into experience points. As long as it was energy, the absorbing star's great technique could absorb it, so it could absorb the attack and minimize the damage. Such powerful strength! Detailed data flashed in Yi Tianyun's eyes, and he immediately checked the detailed data of the blood-red broadsword. Crimson Divine Saber. Supreme Grade Spirit Weapon. It was forged by absorbing the blood of tens of thousands of people. It is filled with a baleful aura. Those with low cultivation would be easily affected and lose their minds. With this Blood Ray Divine Blade, Qing Tianlong's overall combat power instantly rose to 90,000. Just this broadsword alone increased his battle power by a full 10,000 points. This was equivalent to equipping them with a better weapon, and their combat power would naturally increase exponentially. Tianyin. After killing the crazy cultivator, Shi Shuyan looked at Yi Tianyin worriedly. With the Blood Ray Divine Blade, Qing Tianlong was even more heaven-defying. Could Yi Tianyin deal with him? Again, Yi Tianyin suddenly stomped on the ground and turned into a wave of impact that rushed forward. He once again displayed the dragon's soul claw and ruthlessly clawed at Qing Tianlong's body. Again, "It's useless, idiot," Qing Tianlong sneered. He gripped the Blood Ray Divine Blade tightly and prepared to attack the dragon's soul claw. Just as he was about to counterattack, the dragon's soul claw suddenly swung to the side, and with lightning speed it ruthlessly slapped at Qing Yunqing, who was at the side. Forget about Qing Tianlong. Even Qing Yunqing did not expect this. "Old ancestor, save me!" Qing Yunqing shouted in horror and hurriedly used his spirit sword to block the attack. But how can his strength be stronger than Yi Tianyin? The attack that he swung was immediately crushed by the dragon's soul claw, and then directly pressed on his body. "Bastard, don't be presumptuous!" Qing Tianlong roared and slashed at Yi Tianyin. The sharp Blood Ray Divine Blade slashed at him, trying to interrupt Yi Tianyun's attack. But Yi Tianyin didn't care about the incoming attack at all, and still slammed forward. Boom! Qing Yunqing was directly slapped to the ground, flattened by the huge dragon soul claw. Blood splattered everywhere. Ding successfully killed Qing Yunqing, gained 430,000 EXP, 1,000 blacksmith mastery, 3,600 crazy point. Ding, congratulations to player Yi Tianyin, successfully broke through to 7th level core condensation. After killing Qing Yunqing, his cultivation rose again, and after killing 3 sect leaders in a row, he finally leveled up and reached a stronger level. His comprehensive combat power instantly soared, surpassing Qing Tianlong. From the beginning, he didn't aim at Qing Tianlong. He wanted to kill Qing Yunqing and gain EXP. He checked that he still has a little EXP left. He can level up as long as he kills Qing Yunqing. He can level up. Moreover, Qing Yunqing on the side laughed that he will be killed by Qing Tianlong. In that case, he will kill him first. Damn it! You son of a bitch, go to hell! The anger in Qing Tianlong's eyes was about to erupt. He waved the blood ray divine blade in his hand and ruthlessly slashed over. Qing Yinqing was not his son, but he was his relative. They were related by blood, otherwise he would not have come out to save him. The fierce blade slashed over. Yi Tianyin did not panic. He quickly waved his fist to block. The dragon soul claw that he swung out expanded a circle in an instant. The power increased by a lot. Boom! After the two attacks collided, the spiritual power was compressed to the extreme, causing a violent explosion. Both of them were sent flying, but Qing Tianlong was sent flying even further. He retreated more than 10 meters before he barely managed to stop himself. Yi Tianyin only retreated a few meters, and then stopped. The difference between them is obvious. His aura became stronger. Qing Tianlong was stunned. This move is stronger than before. Is it his illusion, or is Yi Tianyin deliberately suppressing his cultivation? Shi Shuiyun and the rest all felt that whether it is speed or power, it is a level stronger than before. It even overshadowed Qing Tianlong. Could it be that Yi Tianyin deliberately showed weakness in order to kill Qing Yinqing? They didn't know that Yi Tianyin just broke through. Who would have thought that after killing someone he easily broke through? After leveling up, I can really fight against him a little. Yi Tianyin's expression was indifferent. This is not out of his expectations. After his cultivation increased, his comprehensive combat power has reached the level of 93,000. Chapter 69. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. It seems that you can't be allowed to live. Qing Tianlong's face was gloomy. If this continues, Yi Tianyin will definitely become a super strong person. At such a young age, he already has the strength to compete with him. If he is allowed to live, it will be a disaster for Wing's sect. It should be said that if Yi Tianyin escapes, it will be a disaster. It's time to end it. No matter how talented you are still a little too inexperienced. Qing Tianlong picked up the blood ray divine saber in his hand and slashed at his arm. Poochie! Blood sputtered on the blood ray divine saber. In an instant, the blood ray divine saber lit up, and a terrifying murderous aura emerged and rose to the sky. When it was stained with Qing Tianlong's blood, the murderous aura of the blood ray divine saber suddenly increased several times. After this murderous aura broke out, it continuously poured into Qing Tianlong's body. In an instant, it made his eyes become incomparably red, like a god of death. His comprehensive combat power rose in a straight line, suddenly rushed to 95,000, and then entered the ranks of 100,000. But it was not over yet. He continued to rush forward crazily, killing his way to 110,000 combat power. All of a sudden, his combat power increased by 20,000, which was equivalent to the effect of taking a berserk pill. However, taking a berserk pill did not have such a terrifying effect. Berserk pill can enhance strength, but the higher the cultivation, the more limited the effect of the enhancement. What a terrifying murderous aura! Is this the true strength of old ancestor Qing Tianlong? Shi Shuiyun and the others had successfully killed those crazy practitioners, and they all ran over. But as soon as the three elders approached, they felt that their minds were affected. They all shook their heads, trying to drive out the murderous aura. Don't try to be brave. Quickly retreat. Leave this place to me and Tianyin. Shi Shuiyun saw their situation and quickly let them retreat. Their cultivation was not low, but for Qing Tianlong's current situation, it was too low, and they could not resist this terrifying murderous aura. The three elders did not think much. They nodded and quickly retreated, not daring to continue to approach. They all knew their limits. If they were to forcefully break through, they would only be a burden. Shi Shuiyun didn't move closer. She stood behind Yi Tianyin and watched. She did not seem to be making any moves, but her heart was hanging by her throat. If anything were to happen, she would risk everything to save Yi Tianyin. At this moment, Yi Tianyin turned his head and smiled at her, but did not say anything. Then he turned his head back and looked at Qing Tianlong, saying in a deep voice, "That's right, it's time to end, but you will be ended." "I want to end it." This was the biggest joke in the world. "I will massacre your Jade Palace. From now on, there will no longer be a Jade Palace." Qing Tianlong's eyes were bloodshot, and his murderous intent soared to the sky. The blood-ray godly saber in his hand trembled continuously, as if it was thirsty and thirsty for blood. Then he picked up the crimson light divine blade and charged over. He stomped on the ground like a god of death. The terrifying pressure caused people's hearts to turn cold. Yi Tianyan checked his attributes, and the detailed data immediately appeared in front of him. Player, Yi Tianyan level, 27 7th level core condensation, EXP, 128728 crazy point prestige, 70 points cultivation technique, Dark North divine art, Dragon God's secret art martial arts, Absorbing Stars great technique, Sky Cloud step, 10,000 swords return to origin weapon, Frost Fist, Scarlet Dagger, Wind Chasing Blade, Heavenly Wind Blade Armor, Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Divine Armor, Shadow Cloak Divine Ability, Crazy Mode Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Ornaments, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt all items, 18 Recovery Pill, 5 Double EXP Pill, Gift Pack LV31120, 000 Crazy Point. After killing so many elders and deacons, his crazy point increased by a lot. This is the effect of double crazy point card. It allows him to accumulate so many crazy point quickly. What he needs to do now is to use up this batch of crazy point. Crazy mode, level up. Ding, successfully deducted 100,000 crazy point. Level up crazy mode. Ding, successfully upgraded crazy mode. Level up crazy mode. Level up to crazy mode. All effects are enhanced by 4 times. Every minute consumes 100 crazy point. The next level requires 1 million crazy point to level up. Dragon God Bloodline, level up. Ding, successfully deducted 10,000 crazy point. Level up Dragon God Bloodline. Ding, successfully upgraded Dragon God Bloodline. Level up to Dragon God Bloodline. The next level requires 100,000 crazy point. He upgraded the Dragon God Bloodline and Crazy Mode at once. These were the skills that could improve his strength. As for using them in the lottery, there was no need for that. The things he obtained require too much proficiency. Even if he uses double proficiency card, he can't level it up quickly. In the blink of an eye, his crazy point is empty, but the skills are upgraded. The power is naturally extraordinary. Go all out, Yi Tianyan growled. Crazy mode was automatically turned off when he leveled up. Now it is reactivated. The effect of quadruple damage directly rose up. With a loud bang, his combat power directly shot up, rising in a straight line. 60,000, 70,000, 100, 000, 110,000, 120,000, 130,000. Finally, Yi Tianyan stopped at 130,000 combat power. This was based on his 7th level core condensation stage cultivation. Suddenly, his cultivation reached 130,000, directly crushing the Azure Sky Dragon. But is it over? Of course not. When Dragon God Bloodline was upgraded, it was also turned off. The dragon scales on his body quickly faded, making Shi Shuiyun and others think that Yi Tianyan has reached his limit. Dragon God Bloodline, open. A flash passed through Yi Tianyan's eyes, as if a giant dragon collapsed in his eyes. The dragon scales on his body emerged again, harder and more overbearing than before. An even stronger dragon might was unleashed from his body. After the Dragon God Bloodline was opened, his combat power soared again. 140,000, 150,000, 160,000. Finally, after soaring to 160,000 combat power, it stopped. The terrifying combat power is really amazing, from the initial 30,000 to 40,000 combat power after using Crazy Mode and Dragon God Bloodline. The effect soared up by almost 5 times, reaching 160,000 combat power. What's the big deal about fighting above levels? This is crazy enough. At the moment of eruption, Tianyan stepped on the ground. With a bang, he turned into a giant dragon and roared. This speed is really too fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Azure Sky Dragon, waved his fist covered with dragon scales, and fiercely punched. Azure Sky Dragon quickly reacted, but everything is too late, whether it is speed or explosive power. It is far inferior to Tianyan. All he can do is quickly block the bloody light divine saber in front of him. Boom! Tianyan completely ignored the bloody light divine saber and heavily punched the bloody light divine saber. The terrifying power made Azure Sky Dragon unable to grasp the bloody light divine saber. Following that, the crimson light divine saber was punched into Qing Tianlong's body. Qing Tianlong was like a rubber ball that was sent flying. Under this terrifying punch, he was ruthlessly sent flying. With a paw sound, he was stuck to the wall. Boom! The hard wall couldn't hold for too long. The next moment, Azure Sky Dragon smashed a big hole and flew out of the hall. Chapter 70. With just one punch, Qing Tianlong was sent flying away. Even the hard wall of the hall was smashed through, and a big hole was formed. Since the Azure Sky Dragon had sent him flying, the baleful aura on his body was interrupted. The baleful aura that filled the entire hall quickly disappeared. Tianyan quickly chased after Qing Tianlong. Shi Shuiyun and the others were stunned for a moment and immediately chased after Qing Tianlong. Qing Tianlong, who was sent flying, rolled a few times in the air and floated down, but his body was a little unstable. When he landed on the ground, he half knelt down. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. It looked even redder and more terrifying. His face became extremely pale. Originally, in order to stimulate the evil qi in his body, he had already consumed a lot of blood essence. Now that he was hit by a punch, it caused his internal organs to be shattered and directly caused him to suffer a lot of injuries. Fortunately, he used the bloody light divine blade as a shield to block the attack. Otherwise, his body would have exploded. Who is going to end who now? Tianyan came out of the hall and walked step by step. His dragon might shrouded the surroundings, and the baleful aura couldn't get close to him at all. The baleful aura was destroyed by the dragon might. Qing Tianlong suddenly looked up. His eyes were filled with horror. He didn't expect that Tianyun's cultivation could reach this level. It was simply terrifying. His cultivation was comparable to the peak of core condensation, which was a lot higher than him. How could he fight against him? You, how did you suddenly soar so much? What kind of evil technique did you use? Qing Tianlong's body trembled. He couldn't even stand steadily. Even if there were no problems, the result could not be changed. The power that Tianyan showed was too overbearing. He couldn't withstand it at all. What does this have to do with you? Tianyan stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, a big pit was formed on the ground. He raised his fist and punched again. I'll kill you. Qing Tianlong roared and stood up abruptly. He waved the bloody light divine blade in his hand and slashed towards Tianyan. A blood-red blade light whistled through the air, suddenly transforming into a huge blood-red demon, swinging its sharp claws towards Tianyan. Break! A huge dragon flashed past Tianyan's eyes as he charged forward. He didn't do much. He just directly crashed into it. With a loud bang, the blood-colored devil exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It didn't cause any damage to him. After passing through, Tianyan appeared in front of Qing Tianlong. He swung his fist and punched Qing Tianlong's chest. He roared, "This punch belongs to Andy." Qing Tianlong wanted to raise the blood ray divine saber again to block, but it was too slow this time. A heavy fist smashed over, and with a dong sound, Qing Tianlong was sent flying. His entire chest had caved in. Even if he was wearing a supreme-grade spiritual armor, it was of no use. His chest was still caved in. Pucci, he looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. This time his body was stiff and he couldn't move at all. He was sent flying, and even his consciousness was blurred. Open! Tianyin roared. He stomped on the ground again and transformed into a huge dragon to chase after Qing Tianlong. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Qing Tianlong. He clenched his fists and smashed them towards Qing Tianlong. This punch belongs to Annie. How dare you hurt my auntie? You deserve to die. Boom! The Azure Sky Dragon was smashed down and smashed into the ground. Boom! Like a meteorite, he smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, Qing Tianlong was smashed into the ground. The originally hard ground now had a large pit. Qing Tianlong's body was limp and paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were blurred, and he was only left with one breath. Tianyin! Shi Shuiyin covered her mouth. She couldn't help but cry. This is the man she used to protect. And now it's his turn to protect her. He already has the power to stand on his own. He has surpassed them and no longer needs her protection. But when she thought about it carefully, she felt happy and sad at the same time. Happy because Tianyin has a strong force, sad because Tianyin no longer needs her. Wing sect will not let you go. Qing Tianlong said with a trembling voice, Don't worry, Wing sect, Wind Pavilion, Spirit sect. I will eradicate them one by one. Tianyin said coldly, Uproot them all. After saying that, he lifted his foot and stomped down. With a loud bang, the Azure Sky Dragon no longer had any signs of life. It was completely dead. Ding successfully killed Qing Tianlong. Got 500. 000 EXP. Martial Art Blood Fiend Soaring Sky. Blood Fiend Divine Spear. Low-grade Soul Tool. Blood Fiend Bracelet. Low-grade Soul Tool. Blacksmith Mastery 1000. Crazy Point 4000. Ding completed the kill of target. Got 10 lottery chances, 100. 000. Crazy Point. Ding successfully completed the quest. Protect Jade Palace. Resist the enemy. Reward. 100. 000 EXP 100. 000 gold. 1 lottery chance. 100 favorability increase. The rewards dropped like crazy. 2 soul armaments dropped. This is something he didn't expect. While everyone else was frantically fighting over the soul tools, he was able to drop these 2 soul tools. It was truly shocking, although it is a low-grade soul tool, but at least it is a soul tool. In addition, there is also the reward of killing target. Got 10 lottery chances, which is equivalent to 10,000 crazy point in another way. This makes Tianyin feel pity. He can't get the extra level up. That's the best. But since it is extra, he won't ask for too much. After all, he got 2 soul tools, so what else is there to ask for? As expected of the super elite level, the reward is really much better than those small fries. Tianyin is still very satisfied, but the most important thing is to protect Jade Palace. This is more important than anything else. After killing Qing Tianlong, Shi Shuiyin ran over, knocked his head lightly and snorted. Don't think I will forgive you for not coming back before. Tianyin scratched his head embarrassedly and smirked. Aunt, this is nothing. I saved Jade Palace. So what if I saved you? It's a different matter. I didn't hear from you before, and I thought you were in an accident. Shi Shuiyin's eyes are red, thinking of the previous worry, but tears fall down. Tianyin hugged Shi Shuiyin and comforted her. It's okay. How can I die? You don't know how powerful I am, no matter how many come. I will kill them all. I am powerful. I will definitely protect Aunt from any harm in the future. He said this from the bottom of his heart. Shi Shuiyin has always protected him. Now it is his turn to protect Shi Shuiyin. Humph! Just a few words of praise, and you are panting? After Shi Shuiyin came out of his arms, She snorted and immediately smiled like a beautiful crabapple flower. This feeling, but it's not bad. Chapter 71. The matter of 3 great sects besieging Jade Palace has finally come to an end. This news quickly spread out, and all the forces in this area were shocked. A first-level faction killed all the people sent by 3 great sects, and its 3 great sect masters. 3 great sect masters are dead. What is left of these sects? The rest are a group of young people. As for what kind of power they have, no one knows. But the heritage of 3 great sects is definitely not as simple as they think. In the conference hall of Jade Palace, I want to make Tianyin an elder. I don't know if you have any opinion? Shuiyin looked at everyone. All of them are elders and deacons. They are all sitting here with a dignified expression. No opinion. Everyone nodded, indicating that they have no opinion. Tianyin saved the entire Jade Palace this time, and his cultivation is so high, even Shuiyin is not as good as him. Even if it's an exception, she will make Tianyin an elder. I have an opinion. Everyone looked up and found that the person who spoke is Tianyin himself. Palace Lord, I think it's better to be an outer disciple. We can't break the rules. I think it's good to be an outer disciple, and I'm not good at managing the palace. Tianyin thought they gathered to talk about something. He didn't expect that the first thing they want to talk about is to make him an elder. It's not easy to be an elder. There are a lot of things to do. He doesn't want to get involved in these things. You have to do it. There is no such thing as breaking the rules. Rules are dead. People are alive. You just need to change it. You don't need to manage anything. We just need to prove that you are a member of our Jade Palace and represent our Jade Palace. Do you think I don't know your ability? Shuiyin rolled her eyes at him. She doesn't want Tianyin to manage anything from the beginning. Other elders nodded. They don't trust Tianyin to manage other things in Jade Palace. But when Tianyin saw that Shuiyin was glaring at him, he immediately deflated and said helplessly, "All right then, I'll take the elder's seat." The surrounding disciples couldn't help but laugh. Others couldn't wait to become an elder, but he didn't want to. All right, then let's move on to the second matter. This time we killed the 3 sect lords. Those old bastards will definitely make a move. Although Wind Pavilion is not a big sect, but their background is not bad, I heard that they are in cahoots with Wing Sect. I'm sure they won't let this go. Shuiyin said solemnly, "That's why we have to be prepared for battle. From the beginning, they've been eyeing our treasures. They've been looking for all sorts of excuses to attack us. In the end, they still want our treasures." The treasure of the palace? Tianyin was stunned. He doesn't know what it is, but he didn't ask. It has nothing to do with him anyway. The third matter. I intend to give this treasure to Tianyin. I don't know what you think. Shuiyin suddenly said. Tianyin was immediately stunned. Why did she suddenly give it to him? Palace Lord, you can't do this. The treasure of the palace has always been something that only the Palace Lord can use. This is obviously against the rules. Great Elder immediately stood up. She doesn't object to other things, but this matter is different. Although Tianyin has become an elder, he is still technically an outsider. The Palace Lord is the most qualified to use it. He is stronger than me. It is reasonable to give it to him. The effect will undoubtedly be stronger. Shuiyin said, "If the 3 major sects attack again, then he will definitely have a miraculous effect." The elders all went silent. What Shuiyin said is true. They have all seen the power of Tianyin, so they really can't say anything against it. Wait, what treasure is this? Tianyin raised his hand. After talking for a long time, he still doesn't know what the treasure of the palace is. This is it. Shuiyin took out a jade pendant. A faint cold air emitted from it. Just when it was taken out, it made everyone feel cold. The extreme cold air means that this thing is not simple. This is... Tianyin squinted his eyes, and the detailed data immediately appeared in front of him. Ice Soul Jade. Effect. Can calm the soul. increase the speed of cultivation. When used, can also form a freezing field, freeze everything in the surroundings. Grade, middle grade soul tool. Middle grade soul tool. No wonder it is called the treasure of the palace. It is indeed qualified. Tianyan nodded, but he wasn't interested in it. Shi Shuiyun said to let him use it, no doubt because she felt that if he used that freezing field, the effect would be even more amazing. This is Ice Soul Jade. Not only will it help your cultivation, it can also use the freezing effect. Previously, you used the freezing martial art. If combined with this, it will definitely have a miraculous effect. Shi Shuiyun smiled and said, "This thing is given out just like that. She does not intend to keep it. After all, it can increase the speed of cultivation. It is definitely a good thing." "Palace Master, I don't need it. To be honest, it is useless to me. You should keep it," Tianyan said in a deep voice. "Moreover, in terms of physique, Palace Master, you have the cold physique. It is more suitable for me. I do not have the cold physique, so it is not suitable for me. Take it." Shi Shuiyun is still so overbearing. No, Tianyan is also overbearing. Shi Shuiyun is stubborn. Tianyan is also stubborn. Shi Shuiyun looked at Tianyan's firm eyes. Finally can only sigh. "Well then, I will take it." This time, the elders are relieved. Fortunately, it did not fall into the hands of Tianyan. They treat this thing as a treasure. But Tianyan does not treat it as a treasure. Isn't it just a middle-grade soul tool? He has 3 soul tools, although they're not middle grade, but at least they are soul tools. Now, let's talk about the 4th thing. That is the heavens immersing ancient ruins. As you can see, this time we killed the people of the 2 sects and obtained 7 tokens. This means that we have 7 more people to enter the trial. In less than a week, we can go to the trial. Now, choose 8 outstanding disciples, and then enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins trial. Shi Shuiyun smiled. The heavens immersing ancient ruins trial is a good thing. After coming out, there will be a great breakthrough. Choose 8 again. Tianyan said, "What about me?" The elders looked at him strangely. Immediately Shi Shuiyun smiled and said, "You can't enter. You are a core condensation cultivator. You can't enter at all. Heavens immersing ancient ruins can only be entered by spirit refinement cultivators. Higher than that, you can't enter. If I can't enter, how can I complete the main quest?" Chapter 72. The main quest is still there. He can't enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins. How can he complete it? This is the only main quest. He knows the importance of the main quest. If he can't complete the main quest, he can't continue. How can he complete the main quest in the future? Is it possible that I can't complete the main quest even if my level is too high? Tianyan thinks this is very unreasonable. If his level is higher, wouldn't it be easier to complete the main quest? But he knows that Shi Shuiyun won't lie to him. Those who are higher than spirit refinement realm can't enter the ancient ruins. They don't know what Tianyan is thinking. Shi Shuiyun comforted him. "Your cultivation is already so high. There's no point in going in. You can't achieve the purpose of the trial. Only those who are in spirit refinement realm can have a better effect." Tianyan showed a bitter smile. What else can he say now? Who told him to exceed the main quest? If that's the case, how am I supposed to complete this mission and this main mission? The next discussion is to decide the other slots. Suddenly the number of slots increased to 8. It's really exciting. In addition to a lot of tokens, there are also many treasures, such as the blood-killing banner. Originally, these spoils are Tianyun's. He doesn't want most of them. Only a few, such as the blood-killing divine sword. After the discussion, he returned to his room, feeling a little depressed. He has been worrying about how to complete the main quest. If this continues, he won't be able to complete it in this life. Don't think too much. Let's draw the lottery first. Tianyan didn't think too much. Anyway, it's useless to think too much. He can only think about it when the time comes. Immediately, he focused his attention on the lottery, a total of 11 lottery draws. This is definitely the first time in history that he can draw so many lottery draws. With a thought, a roulette appeared in front of him. No one can see this roulette except him. Luck aura, activate. The premise of the lottery draw is to activate the luck aura. Otherwise, the probability of drawing the consumable is too high. Start the lottery draw. After activating the luck aura, he immediately began to draw the lottery. The lottery roulette began to spin rapidly, and soon the needle stopped firmly on the consumable. What the hell? Consumable. Tianyan felt helpless. After activating the lucky halo, he still received a consumable item. Gulong obtained 10,000 experience pills. 10,000 experience pills, this is a bit too much. Again, 10,000 experience pills was far too lacking for the experience he needed right now. However, his luck was bad, so he had no choice but to draw this thing. Gulp obtained 50,000 experience pills. Again, I've obtained a life. What? Tianyan was shocked. The sudden information that popped up shocked him. When he saw the HP *1 in his inventory, he was dumbfounded. Life can be rewarded? He immediately began to investigate, and the effect of the life attribute was immediately displayed. Life automatically activates upon death, instantly revives. Good stuff. Tianyan suddenly slapped his thigh. The pain made him grimace and gasp. This was definitely a top-notch consumable. What was the most important thing? Treasure? No, it's life. Directly getting a life means that when he dies, he can automatically activate it and revive with full health. It seems that not all consumables are useless. Tianyan looked at the roulette and sighed. I'm sorry I misunderstood you. Give me more of this thing. The more the better. He certainly doesn't mind the number of consumables. This is more useful than any treasure. How can he complain about more? Again, soon the roulette began to spin again, and under his anticipation, it finally stopped at the divine skill type. His heart skipped a beat. This time it is a divine skill. I wonder what kind of divine skill will I get? Gulp, dash, something rolled down, and then the treasure chest opened, and what appeared in front of him was luck aura. What? Luck aura again? Tianyan was dumbfounded. What's the point of having more luck aura? Successfully obtained luck aura because you already have luck aura. 10,000 crazy points will be given instead. Damn! Try to upgrade luck aura. Tianyan rolled his eyes. It's only 10,000 crazy points. It's more like upgrading one level. After that, he quickly drew the rest of the rewards. There were quite a few good things that dropped. Roughly speaking, they were HP X1, 10,000 EXP X1, 50,000 EXP Pill X3, Frost Fist, Silver Phoenix Spear, Luck Aura, Tyrant God's Armor, Bad Luck Pill, Power Strengthening Pill. All the items in the 11 lottery are listed out. Among them, the most expensive ones are the 10,000 EXP Pill and Frost Fist. He already has Frost Fist, but it doesn't turn into crazy point like Lucky Aura, but it will appear in his inventory. But there are still a lot of good things. Tyrant God Armor. The effect is to maintain the state of pressure for 1 minute, suppressing the enemy. Useless. Phoenix Silver Spear. It's just a simple upper grade spirit tool. Useless, useless. Bad Luck Divine Pill can be thrown to the enemy or taken by myself. The effect of bad luck will be increased by 10 times. What is this thing? Who should I give it to? Strength Strengthening Pill. Permanently enhanced strength. This is a good thing. Permanent enhancement. Tianyan. Check the items one by one. Some are very useless. Some are very good. For example, life. And this Strength Strengthening Pill. Immediately, he took the Strength Strengthening Pill and found that his combat power slightly increased by a few hundred. The increase is too little. He felt that his body is slightly strengthened. Although it is very little, but it is already good. Just a small pill. How much can it enhance? But what is the use of this Frost Fist? The grade is still ordinary iron level. Tianyan frowned. This is embarrassing. The lottery often draws garbage. This sentence is not wrong. Immediately, he clicked on the inventory. The inventory is actually equivalent to the storage ring. It can store anything. It can store things in the real world. There is no difficulty at all. When he checked the Frost Fist, he moved it a bit and found that there are two more options on the Frost Fist: Fusion and Sell. There is Fusion and Sale. I didn't look at it carefully before. When Tianyan clicked Sell, a message popped up and a message appeared. Selling price is 500 crazy point. Are you willing to sell? Profiteer. Tianyan silently cursed in his heart. When he bought it in the mall, it cost 10,000 crazy point, but selling it here is only worth 500 crazy point. It is a loss. Let's try the fusion effect. Tianyan reached out, and the Frost Fist in the inventory immediately combined with the Spirit Tool level Frost Fist on the side. The level did not increase, but the proficiency increased. Chapter 73. This is really interesting. The fusion effect can improve proficiency. I don't know if other weapons can do this, but let's see how much the price is, so as not to lose money. Before fusing, he first checked if he can sell it for a high price. If it exceeds a lot, then it will be a loss. Phoenix Silver Spear. Price is 500 crazy point. Are you willing to sell? Sell your ass, get lost. Tianyan rolled his eyes. He didn't expect a high-grade spirit tool only worth 500 crazy point here. It's a loss. But thinking about it carefully, if the price of the things is very high, it will be unlimited, which will become a big loophole. Forget it. Let's try fusing. Tianyan clicked on the Phoenix Silver Spear. There is also a fusion and sell symbol. He clicked on fusion. But this time the situation is a bit different. A pop-up window will pop up, showing a line of message. Which weapon is the main weapon? Which is the secondary weapon? Of course, Frost Fist. Phoenix Silver Spear has no effect. Immediately after Asher Phone clicked on it, the Silver Phoenix Spear transformed into a ball of energy and merged with the Frost Fist. The Frost Fist's proficiency had increased by 500 proficiency from the original 1100 proficiency to 1600 proficiency. Good, very good. Tianyan felt very satisfied. This is the effect he wanted. Immediately, he also fused the Tyrant God armor. Although it is a weapon and also a defensive tool, it can still be fused into proficiency, increasing 300 proficiency. This is not bad. I don't know how to sell the spoils of war. Tianyan has a lot of miscellaneous things, a lot of martial arts or ordinary iron level weapons. He doesn't need them at all. It's useless to keep them. Immediately, he chose Bloody Divine Sword. This is a superb spirit tool. There are also two options: sell and fuse. When he clicked sell, a bright value appeared in front of him. 5,000 crazy point. Not bad. Tianyan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, only the spoils of war can be sold at a good price. Let's look at other martial arts. He also tried to sell those low-level martial arts. The price is different because the grade is relatively low. Basically, he can only buy 1,000 or 2,000 crazy points. It was the same for those low-grade weapons. They all had a relatively low price, which was understandable. The grade wasn't high in the first place, so how could it be sold for a high price? However, apart from that, there was also the option of fusion, which made his eyes light up. Martial arts can be fused? Tianyan's eyes lit up. He quickly clicked on those human-level martial arts and integrated them into the Absorbing Star's great technique. Just as he clicked on the integration, a message popped up. The grade is too low. I can't fuse it. What? Tianyan was startled. He didn't expect it to be unable to fuse. Or was it because the grade was too low? This made him puzzled. It seemed that he couldn't quickly increase his proficiency. He could only transfer the method to weapons and smash those low-grade weapons on the Frost Fist. The grade is too low, unable to fuse. When he chose those ordinary iron-grade weapons to fuse with, this message popped up again. Strange, how can it be useless? Wasn't the previous Frost Fist an ordinary iron grade? Tianyan checked and soon knew what was going on. The reason why the Frost Fist can be fused is because they are of the same breed. Different breeds can only be fused with the same grade. For example, now that the Frost Fist is a spirit tool, it can only be fused with a spirit tool. The same is true for martial arts. It can't be fused with too low a grade. It seems that I can only sell it. It's useless to keep it. I don't need it at all. Tianyan shook his head. It's like getting a pile of scrap metal. He definitely can't use it, but he can sell it to the shop and get crazy points. Although it's not a lot, it adds up. Immediately, he emptied a lot of things, leaving only the higher grade ones, and replaced the rest with crazy points. He also consumed the experience pill, and so on. After cleaning up, he clicked on the property bar to check the current situation. Level 27, 7th level core condensation, EXP. For 3728 crazy points, prestige. 70 cultivation technique. Dark North divine art. Dragon god secret art martial arts. Absorbing stars great technique. Sky cloud step. Blood fiend soaring heaven weapon. Frost fist, scarlet dagger. Wind chasing blade. Blood fiend divine spear armor. Snow wolf battle boots, deity armor. Shadow cloak divine ability. Crazy mode, luck or a bloodline. Dragon god bloodline decoration. Forging god hammer, power bracelet, power. Ring, power belt, blood fiend bracelet all items. 18 recovery pill, 5 double EXP pill. Gift pack LV31, life X1. Bad luck divine. Pill he didn't sell the blood fiend divine spear, but he sold the bloodlight divine blade. After all, he has a few thousand crazy points, and he doesn't have double crazy point card. Proficiency can take its time. There's no need to rush. I finally know what this shop is for. If there are a lot of crazy points, I can buy them and add them to my proficiency. Tianyan shook his head, looking at the horrifying price above. His heart really trembled. How rich do you have to be to spend so much crazy points to buy and add them to your proficiency? For example, the Earth level absorbing stars great technique needs 200,000 crazy points. In fact, this is not very high, but who knows how much proficiency can be added by adding them. Even if it is only 10,000 points, it is a bit not worth it. After all, if he needs to upgrade it, he needs 10 books, which is 2 million crazy points. He can't afford it. Immediately, he looked at the consumables, and sure enough, he saw the life column. But the price made him dumbfounded. 1 billion crazy points. I must be really lucky to be able to get this. Let's see how much I can sell it for. Tianyan immediately tried to sell the life, and sure enough, the price did not let him disappointed. 300 crazy points. F***CKU. Tianyan is like crazy, talking to himself and stamping his feet in the room. It's worth 1 billion crazy point, but it's only worth 300 crazy point? Even if it is only sold for 100 million crazy points. With 100 million crazy points, he can definitely fatten himself up, fully armed, and immediately obtain heaven-level martial arts. Unfortunately, his dream is broken. Honestly, go out and kill monsters. Sigh, it seems that now I can only wait for heaven's immersing ancient ruins to open. Then I will see how to enter. After Tianyan finished the lottery, there is nothing else he can do, except to cultivate here. But there is not much time left. He will have to go to heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, someone knocked on his door. He looked up and immediately knew who it was. Immediately, he opened the door and saw Zhu Lingyun. She blushed and said, "Big brother E, I will participate in the assessment tomorrow. Can I come and have a look?" "I almost forgot. Tomorrow is the outer disciple assessment. You will participate, right?" "I will go there tomorrow to cheer you up," Tianyan said with a smile. Chapter 74. Soon it's the next day. It's the official disciple assessment of Jade Palace. Originally, the official disciple assessment isn't so urgent. But now Jade Palace needs to rapidly expand its power, so it's necessary to train a group of key disciples. A steady stream of fresh blood is the key to maintaining the operation of Jade Palace. "Big brother E, I'm a little nervous." Zhu Lingyun, next to Tianyan, still feels uneasy. They are now on the way to the assessment venue. She always felt that her level is not good enough, She really has no confidence. She has been used to inferiority complex. She feels that she has no ability, although she has been cultivating here for a long time. She still has no confidence. Jade Palace, a place that she can't even think about. It's really hard to believe. Tianyan encouraged. Don't worry, I will be watching you. Just work hard and believe in yourself. He hasn't seen much of Zhu Lingyun's performance. He just feels that she has a pure heart, very hard work, and very diligent. He believes that Zhu Lingyun will definitely perform well. Zhu Lingyun heard that Tianyan will be watching her. Her heart calmed down a lot. Soon they arrived at the venue. There is already a sea of people. There are a lot of outer disciples participating in the assessment, and many of them have relatively good talent. Look, that elder E came with that woman. I don't know how she did it. She actually has a relationship with elder E. This is the difference between people. She looks ordinary. She doesn't have the appearance. She doesn't have the talent. She seems to be from the slums. It seems like he's from the slums. He usually lives frugally. How unsightly. Yeah, and she also brought her brother. We have to spend a lot of effort to get in. But she just got in. It's really unfair. Discordant voices came from the side. These are the outer disciples recruited from outside. It has to be said that sometimes their mouth is particularly cheap. They talk nonsense everywhere. The news that Tianyan let Zhu Lingyun join Jade Palace has long been spread. They all think it's very unfair. Some people think that Tianyan made a mistake. How can he find such a refugee from the slums to join Jade Palace? Zhu Lingyun naturally heard these comments. Her delicate body shook. Her eyes suddenly red. A feeling of inferiority suddenly welled up from her heart. There was bitterness and sorrow. Don't worry about them. Use your strength to prove yourself, and even more so, use your own efforts to fight back. Tianyan calmly smiled and comforted her. Got it, young master. Zhu Lingyun still did not feel comfortable. She lowered her head and did not dare to look up. Then he brought Zhu Lingyun to line up at the exam grounds. There were about a dozen people taking the exam. After all, only female disciples were accepted, so there weren't many people. However, when he brought Zhu Lingyun to the side, all kinds of discussions came from behind him, each more unpleasant than the last. I'm really envious. Just because he hooked up with Elder E, he can come to the examination. Who knows, maybe it's just a formality, but he still passed in the end. Don't be jealous. If I were Elder E, wouldn't I just let my mother in? My mother is just a farmer. She doesn't know anything. I don't know what Elder E is thinking. Why would he fall for her? Usually dirty, every piece of clothing is worn out, and you want to join Jade Palace with this level? Many outer disciples whispered to each other. If they were not afraid of Tianyan's position, they would have already shouted at Zhu Lingyun to get out. Although the voice is very low, but he heard it clearly. With his level of cultivation, he can hear even the smallest voice. Tianyan's eyes narrowed slightly. He has to say that these people are really jealous. They think that Zhu Lingyun got in because of her relationship with Elder E. They even think that this exam is just a formality. Even if the result is bad, he will pass. In fact, he certainly won't do this. If Zhu Lingyun doesn't meet the standard, she can only be an outer disciple, not an official disciple. Public is private. Private is private. The two are different. You can say that about me, but you can't say that about Elder Brother E. Suddenly Zhu Lingyun stood up and said with red eyes, I will prove to you that I will not lose to anyone. I will come in with dignity, not because of my relationship with Elder E. Tianyan didn't expect Zhu Lingyun to be so imposing. He smiled a bit. This is the kind of imposing manner. Don't be timid. Being timid towards them was actually what they wanted. When they saw Tianyan looking at them, they shut their mouths obediently. They didn't say anything, but the disdain and contempt on their faces were more effective than words. They didn't take Zhu Lingyun's words seriously at all. They thought that it was useless and useless. Don't mind them. This is the kind of imposing manner. Prove it to them with your strength. Tianyin smiled faintly and comforted them. Okay. Jiu Lingyun clenched her fists and didn't say much. Only with strength can you prove everything, and only then can you make them shut their mouths obediently. Immediately, Deacon Liang came to the side of the exam hall. She was the deacon in charge of the outer disciples. She bowed respectfully to Tianyin. Tianyin's position was much higher than hers. Then, she looked at Jiu Lingyun. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it. It's okay. Just follow your pace. Be strict. Normal assessment standard. Tianyin said with a serious face. Deacon Liang smiled and nodded gently. She also hates people who can become official disciple just by relying on their relationship. This is irresponsible to Jade Palace. Immediately, Deacon Liang introduced to everyone. This is called Soul Shock Array. It will constantly release spiritual attacks. You just need to persist on it. To become an official disciple, you only need to persist for 9 waves. But if you want to become an inner disciple, you need to persist for 11 waves. This time it's okay. You only need to persist for 2 waves and you can become an inner disciple. Those who haven't participated in this test think so, but those who have already participated are already desperate. It's good enough to become an official disciple. They don't expect to persist for 6 waves. In Jade Palace, there are official disciple and inner disciple. Inner disciple is more outstanding, and they are the focus of training. This time it's only 9 waves. I thought you have to persist for 13 or 14 waves. 13 or 14 waves. Don't be silly. There are too few people who can persist for 10 waves. That's right. Mental energy cultivation is much more difficult than physical strength cultivation. I remember a long time ago in this Jade Palace, there was someone who persisted for 3 or 4 waves. Everyone is talking about it, and some people have heard some rumors. Yes, there was indeed a disciple with high talent who persisted until the 13th wave. Now he has joined the inner hall, and his ranking in the inner hall is not low. Deacon Liang patiently said, although the standard for the inner hall is the 13th wave, if any of you can persist until the 14th wave, then your reputation in the inner hall will be resounding enough, and you will soon receive the attention of the elders. As soon as this came out, the audience was in an uproar. Isn't this a bit too much? If you can persist until the 14th wave, it is normal to get the attention of the elders. Tianyin smiled indifferently under the stage. This is the outer disciple assessment. The purpose is to test the spiritual power. The strength of a person's soul determines how the whole person's talent is. The stronger the soul, the stronger the attainment in all aspects. Chapter 75. No problem. Believe in yourself. You are the best. Tianyin nodded to Jiu Lingyun as encouragement. Big brother I won't let you down. Jiu Lingyun's tone is very firm. She doesn't want Tianyin to lose face. She worked so hard for so long, it's time to repay him. Immediately she turned around and walked towards the assessment site. Tianyin looked at her back and nodded gently. Because the assessment is done in batches, there are still some outer disciples waiting outside. I suspect she can only last 1 or 2 waves at most, then she will fall. If you want to become an official disciple, you have to at least last the 9th wave. Can she do it? Anyway, let's just watch. No matter what the result is, she can join Jade Palace as an official disciple. It's good to have connections. That's right. Why don't we go talk to Elder E? Forget it. I don't want to go. I want to join Jade Palace by my own ability. They think this is a fantasy. It's like asking a poor person to take out a piece of gold. It's simply impossible. But when it comes to relying on connections to join, although they say so, their eyes are constantly looking at Tianyin. Soon the assessment began. After Deacon Liang announced the announcement, the spiritual power impact immediately began. Wave after wave of impact crazily rushed towards them. Soon the first wave didn't fall. If this wave also fell, it will be too shameful. Then the second wave began. They didn't have any problem surviving. including Zhu Lingyun, she easily survived. Soon the third and fourth wave crazily went on. Many outer disciples began to fall. But Zhu Lingyun is like a rock standing in the storm. No matter how many attacks hit her, she won't fall. When a lot of others fell, she can still persist. Then the fifth and sixth wave began. Many of the disciples fell one after another, but she was still standing, shocking everyone. Many outer disciples who have already quit are dumbfounded at this time. Didn't they say she came from slums? How can she be so strong? This is almost the standard of an official disciple, and it will continue to go higher. She definitely can't last the ninth wave. They recovered from their shock and immediately declared that she could not surpass the ninth wave. However, the following scene once again broke their bottom line and completely destroyed the line of defense in their hearts. The ninth wave was easily passed by her. At this time, there are only 3 people who could still persevere. This meant that she had passed the test and became one of the 4. However, everything was not over yet. The assessment was still ongoing. However, the situation outside was already in an uproar, complete uproar. The outer sect disciples who had previously mocked her for entering through connections were now as ugly as they could be. This was a complete slap in the face. His ability was not weak at all. Most importantly, she didn't stop. She continued crazily. After the 9th wave ended, she went on to the 10th wave. She still persisted. When it came to the 11th wave, she was the only one left in the entire assessment grounds, like a crane in a flock of chickens. The overall standard of an outer disciple was not considered high. Otherwise, they would not be classified as an outer disciple. Being able to become an inner hall disciple was really a bit of a fantasy. Not bad. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Only Zhu Lingyun was left. The outer sect disciples who had fainted from the mental impact stared at Zhu Lingyun with wide eyes after they woke up, who told them that she entered through connections. If she entered through connections, how could she have such a standard? This was the real deal. Those who said that she was defeated in the first few waves were now extremely embarrassed. Now that she had persisted until the 11th wave, this result could not be said to be very shocking. At least among this batch of newcomers, she was already a top-notch existence. The key point was that it was not over yet. She still persisted. Zhu Lingyun's expression had already changed, but she was still able to persist a little. However, when she finally passed the 12th wave, she was defeated. Persisted until the 11th wave. The eye-catching result was even more shocking. A person who had previously been said to have entered through connections had actually achieved such an unbelievable result. She did not create a record, but she used her strength to prove that she absolutely crushed the others. I don't know how some people's eyes grew. I suspect that they grew from the soles of their feet. Yi Tianyun said faintly on the side. This result was still unexpected to him. He did not expect Zhu Lingyun's soul level to be so strong. Persisting to the 11th wave wasn't anything special. It was just that the difference in cultivation was too great. Too many people were locked by this cultivation thinking. Zhu Lingyun's cultivation was only at the 2nd or 3rd level of the body refinement stage, but it did not mean that her spiritual power level was poor. Now, with a strong power, she fiercely fought back against everyone. She did cut the line and saved a lot of steps which seemed unfair, but with such a strong level, cutting the line undoubtedly saved a lot of time. This was the privilege of a genius. No matter where, there will be this privilege of a genius. Climbing up step by step will only waste time. Entering a suitable area at once, then the cultivation will be faster, and there is no need to waste so much time. Yeah, who just said that she came in through connections. This is all based on strength. God, did she rely on connections to get in? Are you sure she's from the slums? Why do I feel that it is not possible? Can the slums have this level? They were about to cry. Persisting for 11 waves was already enough to become an inner disciple, far crushing their existence. At this time, Zhu Lingyun has already come down from the assessment field, rushed over, and directly threw herself into the arms of Yi Tianyin and cried tears of joy. "Big brother Yi, I did it! I did it!" She cried so excitedly, and her delicate body kept trembling. Everything was so difficult. This time, she did not let Yi Tianyin lose face, but won the first place perfectly. "I knew you would do well." Yi Tianyin reached out and patted her back. He could understand this kind of feeling. When everyone was not optimistic about her, she finally broke out and got her own dignity. Soon Zhu Lingyun remembered that she threw herself into the arms of Yi Tianyin and hurriedly got up from his arms, blushing and embarrassed. Yi Tianyin didn't care about this. He reached out and rubbed her little head, smiled, and said, "Congratulations on joining Jade Palace. This time you officially joined Jade Palace. You will be a member of Jade Palace in the future." Zhu Lingyun nodded vigorously and said happily, "Big brother Yi, thank you." Chapter 76. Zhu Lingyun's performance really shocked everyone. They didn't expect that the person brought back by Yi Tianyin could have such an amazing performance, which made many people feel ashamed. She directly joined the inner hall. Previously, they said that she could only last 2 or 3 rounds at most, but now her face is probably swollen. Is this the so-called relying on relationships? It was obvious that she had joined based on her own strength, and not because of her so-called connections. However, Yi Tianyin was also very surprised. This result was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect Zhu Lingyun to be so talented in this aspect, and she is also the outstanding type. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Hidden Task Saintess preliminary training. Gained 50,000 experience points. Zhu Lingyun's favorability increased by 30 prestige points. The system's voice suddenly came, and Yi Tianyin was shocked. Saintess preliminary training task? What is this situation? Is Zhu Lingyun a saintess? Yi Tianyin looked down at Zhu Lingyun, and his eyes were full of shock. "Lingyun, are you a saintess?" "Huh? What saintess?" Zhu Lingyun was puzzled. She didn't know what Yi Tianyin was talking about. Do your parents know about this?" Yi Tianyin asked. "I didn't have parents since I was a child. I grew up in the slums with my younger brother." Zhu Lingyun shook her head. She didn't feel sad when she talked about this matter. She didn't have any feelings, so why should she feel sad? "Is your younger brother biological?" Yi Tianyin asked. "My younger brother is not biological. I picked him up." "Young master, Yi, how do you know he is not my biological brother?" Zhu Lingyun wondered. "This is just a casual question. Don't worry about it." Yi Tianyin laughed and didn't continue to pursue it, but he had other ideas in his heart. So, Zhu Lingyun may be a saintess, or was abandoned here by a sect. This is very likely. In terms of talent, he was already a rising star. Perhaps she didn't create a record, but in terms of cultivation, she has already created a record. The person who set the record at the beginning had a cultivation base above the 8th or 9th level of the body refinement stage, which was a kind of entry test. Zhu Lingyun had just joined the sect not long ago, and it was already amazing that she could reach this level. "But your cultivation is too low. Otherwise, I would have let you enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins." Yi Tianyin felt that this was very interesting. If Zhu Lingyun could continue to be nurtured, she could really become a holy maiden. Who knew how great the rewards would be? This was a special grooming quest. "No, I'm already very happy to join Jade Palace. Being able to enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins as soon as you joined will definitely be gossiped about." Zhu Lingyun shook her head. She doesn't think she's qualified to participate in the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Even if her cultivation is high enough, she's still a newcomer. She thinks that it'll make things difficult for Yi Tianyin. "Don't belittle yourself. Your talent is very good. You have proven yourself just now, but your cultivation is a bit lacking. Rest assured, there will be a lot of opportunities in the future. Work hard, and if you need anything, come to me." Yi Tianyin smiled at her. He wants to train Zhu Lingyun well. She's a holy maiden. The system definitely won't lie to him. This is a hidden quest. Immediately after explaining some things, Tianyin let her busy herself with other things. She just officially joined Jade Palace. There are still a lot of things to do. In a blink of an eye, it's time to go to the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Jade Palace has organized 8 outstanding disciples. Qin Shui and the others are among them. Is the heavens immersing ancient ruins ready to open? Tianyin asked. Yes, this time you'll lead the team, and Great Elder will assist you. I don't need to go, I'll stay in Jade Palace. Sure, Xueyin said. If all of them go, this place will be empty, and if Wing's sect takes advantage of this, it'll be troublesome. But if they don't go, heaven's immersing ancient ruins is a rare opportunity. They will miss it. Is this okay if those old bastards from Wing's sect come? Tianyin said worriedly. Don't worry, we have already let Grand Elder and the others wake up. We are not afraid of them coming. Our Jade Palace is not a pushover. Sure, Xueyun said coldly. Tianyin was silent for a while. In fact, he would like to personally visit those sects, so as to avoid future trouble. But those sects are too far away, and if someone intrudes into their territory, it's really not easy to deal with. His cultivation is good, but it doesn't mean he can go in and out of these old forces at will. It's better to improve his cultivation first. But there is no good place to improve his cultivation. There are some ordinary demon beasts. Killing them won't give him any experience. Well, if there is something, immediately send us a message, Tianyin said. No matter who it is, I will make them stay here. Well, do you think those old guys will come out whenever they want? They're all about to die. Maybe they are hiding in there. Shishuyun said with a smile. It's getting late, let's go. Well, unfortunately I can't go in, Sai. Tianyin shook his head. You have such high cultivation. What are you going to do in there? Shishuyun tapped his forehead and said with a smile. Don't be so sad. There is nothing special in there. She didn't know that what Tianyin is really worried about is his main quest. Well, let's go now. When they came outside the palace, the elders are already ready because there are a lot of extra spots. Second Elder's wish to let her disciple participate in the heavens immersing ancient ruins was finally fulfilled, and this spot is given to her favorite disciple. Without saying much, they all got on the carriage and began to rush towards the direction of the heavens immersing ancient ruins. After a few days of travel, they finally arrived at the location of the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Tianyin can see the endless mountain range from afar. At the foot of the mountain, there are many carriages parked on the side. They gathered in a small group and seemed to be discussing something. As they get closer, Tianyin finally saw the true face of the heavens immersing ancient ruins. This heavens immersing ancient ruins is built in the middle of the mountain range. There is a huge gate in the middle of the mountain range. Inside is a huge ancient ruins. Before he even got close, Tianyin felt a very heavy pressure coming towards him, full of majesty. This feeling is like the world has changed. 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. This heavens immersing ancient ruins must have existed for a long time. It has always been used as a place for trial. Each force has a fixed quota, and this quota is entered through this token. Without this token, even if one's cultivation is qualified, they can't enter. Chapter 77. When Tianyin and the others got off the carriage, they immediately saw several figures. They are from several forces. Looking up, they are all very good forces, but they are all second-level sect level. Third-level sect will not participate in this matter. The main reason is that they don't care about this heavens immersing ancient ruins. It's too low level. They can easily replace this heavens immersing ancient ruins. For those below second-level sect, this is a piece of fat meat. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone, and they looked straight at them with strange eyes. The 3 major forces were eradicated by Jade Palace. This kind of power made them a bit shocked. Some are surprised, some are in awe. Jade Palace is only a first-level sect. How can they have such terrifying power? Did those old bastards crawl out? They didn't know that the three major forces were all killed by Yi Tianyin. This news was sealed, and it was Shi Shuyan who ordered it. Not many people knew at the beginning, and most of them were close friends. So most of them didn't know that Yi Tianyin is so strong. It's good for them to keep a low profile. So they didn't say anything about Yi Tianyin. After these forces learned about it, they were shocked. They have a sense of fear and awe for Jade Palace. Therefore, they are calm. They believe that after the news spread, those old bastards of Wing's sect will have to weigh their own power. Basically, all here are second-level sect. There is no first-level sect. Yi Tianyin glanced at the number of people is not small, according to the power of the sect to determine the quota. The bigger the force, the more quota. So the number of people added up to at least 30 or 40 people, which is not a small number. But Jade Palace occupied 8 spots. This advantage is even more terrifying. It can be said that among all the forces present, they have the most number of people. It makes them very jealous. From the point of view of cultivation, most of them are around 5th or 6th level of spirit refinement realm. The higher level has reached 7th or 8th level of spirit refinement realm. Some even reached the peak level. They suppressed their cultivation and didn't break through, just to wait for the opening of heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Before breaking through to core condensation, it is also a very good choice to practice in heaven's immersing ancient ruins. The most important thing is that they happened to see the opening of the heavens immersing ancient ruins, so they came here to try it out. Yes, our Jade Palace is a bit special. Under normal circumstances, only second-level faction is qualified to enter here. The first elder explained from the side. Although we are a first-grade faction, in terms of overall strength, we are already stronger than most second-grade factions. It's just that we don't have enough people. Otherwise, we would have no problem becoming a second-grade force. Yi Tianyin nodded. The biggest difference between Jade Palace and other forces is the number of people, which is related to the implementation of female cultivators. Palace Master sure didn't come this time. At this moment, Grandmaster Hua Xian of the Heaven and Earth sect walked over. When the other disciples caught sight of him, they could not help but sigh in their hearts. What an elegant and refined man! Not only did he look like he had an elegant demeanor, his friendliness was pretty decent as well. Although it was Yi Tianyin who had the final say on the inside, it was the great elder who was in charge here. So it's sect leader Hua Huan. Palace leader sure has some matters to attend to, so she can't come here for the time being. I'll be in charge here. So that's how it is. I heard that the 3 major forces attacked Jade Palace, but in the end they were destroyed. The strength of the old ancestors of your palace is really unfathomable. Sect leader Hua Huan said tentatively. That's right, the strength of our old ancestors is naturally not simple. Great Elder smiled faintly and said, although Jade Palace is a first-grade faction, its foundation over the years is not bad. Her words are half true and half false. She's just putting up a smokescreen to make them think that Jade Palace's foundation is really amazing. She didn't hide anything in her voice. Not far away from the forces heard it. They have long been paying attention here, waiting to hear Great Elder's answer. So that's how it is. Then it's really the misfortune of those 3 forces, provoking Jade Palace. They really overestimate themselves. Sect leader Hua Huan smiled and immediately satirized them, which is equivalent to flattering Jade Palace in disguise. After the exploration, it's almost time for heaven's immersing ancient ruins to open. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire mountain range began to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. The entire region began to shake. Originally, they wanted to say something, but now there's no more time to discuss. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the door slowly opened, revealing a ray of light. A desolate power surged out from within, causing them to feel a sense of desolation. The gate is ready to open. They all gathered together. Heaven's immersing ancient ruins is ready to open, and they will go in soon. The opening time of Heaven's immersing ancient ruins is fixed. It's every 3 years, and it's fixed in July. If they miss this time, they will have to wait for another 3 years, so they have to gather here in advance. Looking at the scene in front of him, Itianyan felt it's a pity. Originally, he could also go in, but who knows, his cultivation is too high, he can't go in. When the door was completely opened, a layer of light shrouded it. It looked like an invisible door had appeared, blocking their advance. You can go in. Immediately, someone rushed inside with the token, and when passing through the invisible gate, it set off a faint wave. Without this token, they can't go in at all. Soon they all rushed inside, ready to start the trial. Jade Palace is ready to go in. Itianyan looked at the light curtain. An idea flashed in his mind, and immediately said to Great Elder, "Can you give me the token? Let me try. Can I go in?" In normal times, Itianyan is simply fooling around, but now he is an elder of Jade Palace. "It seems that you still don't want to give up. Then I'll let you try." Great Elder motioned one of the disciples to hand over the token. Itianyan took it and smiled. "Thank you, I'll give it a try." Immediately, he took the token and walked towards the heavens immersing ancient ruins. When the Great Elder thought that he would be blocked outside, he stepped in and was not blocked outside. Instead, he walked in without any obstruction, without any restriction. How is this possible? Great Elder was shocked and took a few steps forward, looking at the light curtain in front of him. Itianyan's cultivation is beyond the limit. How can he go in? Immediately, Great Elder stretched out his hand, but his hand was blocked by the light curtain in front of him. He can't go in at all. Strange, this restriction is still there. Great Elder frowned and immediately said to the disciple on the side, "Give me your token. Let me try." The disciple didn't say anything and immediately handed over the token. After Great Elder took it, when he touched the light curtain again, he still can't go in. Chapter 78. This is a very unexpected result. No one thought that Itianyan would be able to go in. It's said that cultivators above the spirit refinement realm can't enter. But Itianyan went in without any pressure. He passed through easily. Strange, what's going on? Great Elder retreated, shocked. "Elder Mou, don't you know that you can't go through with your cultivation?" Sect Master Huan Ning's face is strange. Other people's face is even more strange. This is not the first time Great Elder came here. How can she not know the rules? Many people felt that Elder Mou had lost her mind. She had even forgotten about the situation here. "It's okay, I just want to try." Great Elder shook her head. She did not say anything. Although she is shocked, she will not say it out loud. Especially Itianyan going in is not a bad thing. But it is not necessarily a good thing, because his cultivation is too high. The things inside don't mean much to him. After she came down, she gestured to the other disciples. "You all go in. Follow Tianyan. Understand?" Understood. They all nodded heavily. They are also shocked. As core disciples, they naturally know how high Itianyan's cultivation is. If he can go in with such a high cultivation, it means that after going in, with Itianyan's help, who would dare to touch them? Immediately, they all ran in, but the disciple who gave the token to Itianyan before will not be able to enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins. She suddenly felt a little depressed. "Don't worry, we will compensate you after we go back." Great Elder reached out and patted her shoulder, comforting her. The disciple nodded. Even if there is no compensation, she will not say anything. The quota will not be her. If it was not for Itianyan stopping the 3 major forces, she really would not have a chance to participate. Inside the heavens immersing ancient ruins, when Itianyan walked in from the outside, he was dumbfounded, not to mention the Great Elder, and the others don't know. Even he himself is dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Is it a problem with the system or the task? Itianyan thought for a moment it should be like this. After all, the main quest was right there. How could they not let it in? Regardless of whether that was the case or not, it was fine as long as he was able to enter. There was no need to investigate how he got in. Very good. It seems that the main quest can be completed. Yi Tianyin was overjoyed and immediately locked on to the quest's target. Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins Occupation Quest. Reward. Control of Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins, 10. 000 EXP, 10. 000 Crazy Point, Endless Sword, Soul Tool. This was a very tempting reward, especially the weapon and control rights. Experience points were not important, but the weapon and control rights were the most important. He immediately turned his attention to the surroundings, observing the Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins. Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins, just like its name. It wasn't that the sky had really sunk. Instead, he felt a heavy pressure pressing down from the sky. It was as if something was pressing down on his body. Apart from that, it was also a historical site. Cracks had appeared on the surrounding buildings, and several stone pillars had collapsed. The dilapidated ruins seemed to have existed for many years. No matter how heaven-defying it is, it still can't stop the corrosion of time. It still made this once glorious ancient ruins become so dilapidated. In addition to that, there was no bright spot. In addition to the dilapidated buildings, there was no treasure at all. It was just a very empty hull. This Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins had been excavated a long time ago, and all the treasures were taken away. They were just short of digging 3 feet into the ground. Therefore, from the very beginning, they had not come here to look for treasures. The concentration of spiritual power here is several times higher than outside. It is an excellent place to cultivate. Obviously, there is a large array here, absorbing the surrounding spiritual power, making the spiritual power here quite rich. Very rich spiritual power, much stronger than outside. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating outside for a week. Yi Tianyin nodded. To be able to make such a large array, the Creator must not be simple. Elder Yi, how can you come in? Qin Shui and the others came in from the outside, and when they saw Yi Tianyin, they looked at him strangely. Yi Tianyin shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know, I just tried to come in. Of course, he won't tell them the real reason, so he just fooled them. They looked at each other. This is too strange. This place has always been restricted to cultivators above spirit refinement realm. But it didn't work for Yi Tianyin. Are you Yi Tianyin? A person suddenly appeared and looked at Yi Tianyin curiously. What's the matter? Yi Tianyin looked at the person. His cultivation is very strong, reaching the peak of spirit refinement realm. In fact, in the sect he is already a deacon level, but he still came here for trial. It is really unfair. Looking at his clothes, it is obvious that he is brought by sect Master Huaxian, which means he is from Huatian sect. It's nothing. I just feel a little familiar. Liang Feng looked up and down at Yi Tianyin, touched his chin with a little interest. It's really Yi Tianyin. I thought he is very similar. He is on the wanted list. At this time, another cultivator with cultivation of 9th level spirit refinement realm came over. It is High Heaven Sect's Yong Chenhong. No wonder they know him. They saw him through the wanted list. The reward is really exciting. But now Wind Pavilion has collapsed, although the wanted list is still there. God knows if it has any effect. The chief pavilion master is dead, and he was killed by Jade Palace, who would dare to find trouble with Yi Tianyin. What's the problem? Yi Tianyin looked at them lightly. Nothing else. I heard that you are very powerful. You made a big mess in Wind Pavilion, killed Liang Tiancheng and caused a lot of trouble, and finally Jade Palace helped you solve it. Liang Feng shook his head. His eyes were full of cold light. Sometimes you have to rely on your own strength, not standing behind a bunch of women. He has always looked down on Yi Tianyin, mainly because he has a good relationship with Wind Pavilion's Liang Tiancheng. He didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. If it weren't for Jade Palace's influence, he would have killed Yi Tianyin a long time ago. What are you talking about, Yi Zhang? He didn't rely on women to get to this point. Don't talk nonsense. And all the fault is that Liang Tiancheng, not only he slandered me, but he also attacked me. Qin Shui was very angry. She almost exposed the identity of Yi Tianyin. Someone said such things about their elder. Of course they're not happy. Especially in the case of the favorability, everyone in Jade Palace has more than 100 favorability towards Itianyin. So when Itianyin was slandered, they all stood up to speak. Hey, you just finished speaking and you let a woman speak for you. Can't you say a few words yourself? Liang Feng looked at Itianyin with eyes full of contempt, but the one who refuted him is a woman, not Itianyin himself. It's not that Itianyin doesn't want to refute, but he simply disdains to refute. In his opinion, Liang Feng and the others were like monkeys jumping around in front of him. He doesn't want to fight, it will only dirty his hands. The most important thing is that he wants to explore this place. He doesn't want to cause any trouble. After all, he is here to complete the main quest, not to mess around with these idiots. I don't have anything to say to you. Tianyin didn't even look at him. He just turned around and walked inside. Chapter 79. Aren't you very powerful before? I heard that you single-handedly slaughtered the entire Wind Pavilion, and now you just want to leave? Coward! Liang Feng said coldly. You're the coward! Qin Shui shouted at him. Everything is Wind Pavilion's doing. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Yes, you're the coward. Don't say that our people are cowards. Everything is Wind Pavilion's problem. The other disciples also glared angrily at Liang Feng, feeling that he had gone too far with his words. Shut up, all of you! Liang Feng roared at them, and his terrifying aura pushed them back a few steps. I'm not asking you, I'm asking him. If you have the ability, come and fight me. Everything has nothing to do with your sect. He doesn't want to provoke any trouble. Jade Palace is so powerful now, but if he doesn't avenge Liang Tiancheng, he will feel unwilling. So he immediately challenged Tianyin. Tianyin frowned. This Liang Feng is really looking for trouble. It really makes him feel very uncomfortable. I said, I'm not interested. Tianyin didn't want to pay attention to him. He turned around and wanted to leave. I said, you're a coward. Everyone said that you single-handedly slaughtered the entire Wind Pavilion. But I think you're just relying on the power of Jade Palace to become so strong. You're just a coward standing in a group of women, a useless man. Sure enough, the rumor is right. You've been relying on Shi Shuyan to stay in Jade Palace, and then you can come here. You have no strength at all. You're just a toy boy. Liang Feng was angry. He has been crazily provoking Tianyin. The people from other sects are gloating. This is really interesting. They want to see how Tianyin will deal with it. Liang Feng's cultivation is not weak. He can be said to be in the top 3 here, enough to do whatever he wants here. Very well. You succeeded in provoking me. Didn't you want to fight to the death? Can we start now? Tianyin said coldly. This had already insulted him. If he didn't retaliate, he would really be a coward. That's good. No problem, let's start now. Liang Feng was overjoyed. He quickly drew his sword, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. This is a battle of life and death. It has nothing to do with the sect. Kill. He morphed into a sharp ray of light and charged towards Tianyin. He did not expect the trial to turn into a battle of life and death before it even started. Scram! Tianyin's eyes turned cold, and he kicked back at Liang Feng. His speed was quite fast, like a bolt of lightning, and he ruthlessly kicked Liang Feng. With a bang, Liang Feng was sent flying and slammed into the wall. The wall trembled, and a thick layer of dust fell from above. Then, like a deflated balloon, he slid down the wall and stopped moving. Ding successfully killed Liang Feng, gained 9,000 EXP, Jade Heaven Sword, low-grade spirit tool, 900 crazy point. Everyone else stared dumbfoundedly at Liang Feng, who was lying on the ground. A Heavenly Splendor sect disciple quickly rushed over. After inspecting him, he exclaimed, "Dead, dead. Senior brother Liang Feng is dead." Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that with just one kick, Liang Feng would die. Liang Feng's cultivation is strong, peak of spirit refinement realm. But he died with just one kick. You actually killed senior brother Liangfeng. Our sect leader will not let you go." The disciple of magnificent sect glared at Yi Tianyan. "You all saw it just now. He said he wanted to fight to the death with me. Are you going back on your words?" Yi Tianyan looked at them coldly. "If any of you want to challenge me or insult Jade Palace, I don't mind having a duel to the death with you." After saying this, Yi Tianyan turned and walked inside and turned to Qin Shui and said, "Let's go, we wasted a lot of time here." Qin Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with worship. This is the power of Yi Tianyan, the power of their elder. There is a time limit to enter here. After a certain time limit, the door will close. After the door closes, it will be 3 years before they can go out. Everyone looked at each other. Their heart trembled. This is the power of Yi Tianyan? Who said that Yi Tianyan is a coward, a weakling, or is it because of Jade Palace? How strong is he to kill a peak of spirit refinement realm with one kick? Core condensation realm? But that's not right. Cultivators above spirit refinement realm can't come in. But if he is at the peak of spirit refinement realm, can he kill him with one kick? They can't figure it out, but one thing is clear. That is, Yi Tianyan really has the ability, and not a bunch of women who live off a woman. When he wanted to go somewhere else, Qin Shui immediately said, "Elder Yi, where are you going?" "Let's walk around and see if there's anything." Yi Tianyan said, There is nothing to search in heaven's immersing ancient ruins, except for the trial stone tablet in front. There is nothing else." Qin Shui said awkwardly, "Yi Tianyan certainly knows that there is nothing here. Everything has been dug out. Even a slightly precious stone is probably dug out. He just wants to see if there is anything strange around. After all, he is here to control heaven's immersing ancient ruins to complete the quest." "I know, but let me take you in first." Yi Tianyan led them inside. When he stepped into another hall, he saw a huge stone tablet standing in the center. A faint luster appeared on its surface. Around this stone tablet, there are already people meditating, shrouded in a light beam from the stone tablet, seemingly comprehending something. This is the trial stone tablet. The disciples who come in here will meditate here to comprehend this stone tablet, to obtain a unique skill. They are now meditating here, through this trial stone tablet, to comprehend martial arts. According to their own level, they can comprehend different levels of martial arts. So far, the highest level of martial arts comprehended is earth level. The lowest level is human level martial arts. It can be said that it is equivalent to a big treasure house. If they can comprehend an earth-level martial arts, then they will be rich. One must know that the earth-level martial arts in the second-level faction, there will never be more than 3. If they can comprehend one, they can imagine how much contribution they will make. You can comprehend it now. I will walk around first." Yi Tianyan said. They all nodded, immediately came in front of the trial stone tablet. They all meditated. As soon as they meditated, the trial stone tablet transmitted a wave of energy, covering them, protecting them from any harm. The highest earth-level martial arts is still useful. At least it can be used as proficiency. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly, but he didn't immediately start meditating. Instead, he decided to walk around first. When he was about to walk around, the magnificent sect disciples who followed behind looked at Yi Tianyan in fear. They did not even dare to look at him. They are all afraid that Yi Tianyan will attack them. If that happens, they will all die here. Although they are a little scared, but they still bite the bullet. After all, this is a rare trial. They can't just waste it. Yi Tianyan just glanced at them, then walked away. As long as they do not provoke him, he is too lazy to care. Although killing can help him level up, it does not mean that he will kill indiscriminately. He is not a bloodthirsty person. Chapter 80. After Yi Tianyan walked around the place, he found that there is nothing here. It's just as they said, there is nothing here except for the trial stone tablet in the middle. Wandering around here was just a waste of time. Shortly after, he returned to the trial stone tablet. Just as he returned, a beam of light disappeared. Accompanying it was a beam of light that descended from the sky, and something fell into the disciple's hands. The disciple excitedly caught the martial arts book. After carefully examining it, he revealed a depressed expression. Mid-grade human-level martial arts, not an earth-level martial arts. He shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. Although the mid-grade human-level martial arts were not bad, they were all here for the earth-level martial arts. If they could not obtain the earth-level martial arts, they would naturally be a little depressed. When he saw Tianyin walking over, he was so scared that he quickly put away the martial arts book and hid to the side. Without the light, it was equivalent to losing protection. It was not unheard of for martial arts to be stolen. If the other party was very strong and the martial arts were stolen, they could only swallow their anger. The most important thing was that they only had one chance. So if their martial arts were stolen, they would return empty-handed. It would be useless even if they came back next year. Everyone only had one chance. After walking out, they would not be able to enter again. This could be seen from the token. After walking in, the token's energy would be exhausted. Only after walking out would it slowly recover. In about a year or two, it would return to its original state. If they could enter and exit at will, they would have taken turns to enter instead of cultivating here. After obtaining the martial arts book, they would either start cultivating or stay here to cultivate. The concentration of spiritual energy here was higher than outside, so they hurriedly cultivated here. This was a very rare opportunity. Tianyin only glanced at him. He was not interested at all and found a place to meditate. The disciple heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Tianyin was not interested in him. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. After Tianyin sat down to meditate, he was immediately enveloped by a beam of light. Moments later, he felt his consciousness being pulled into the trial stone tablet. Shortly after, he felt that he had entered an illusory realm. He was surrounded by stone tablets that were inserted into the yellow sand. It looked very strange. Each stone tablet had a different content engraved on it. Tianyin walked over and looked at the stone tablets, one by one. Heaven Transformation Palm, Heaven Cloud Palm, Phantom Light Palm. When he looked at the stone tablets, one by one, he discovered that they were all names of martial arts. They were all offensive martial arts, not movement techniques. The stone tablet only had the name of the martial art. As for what grade it was and what effect it had, it didn't say anything at all. In this way, the selection of a good martial art could only be judged by its name. Before coming here, he already knew a little bit about this heaven's immersing ancient ruins. He came here to choose martial arts. However, after choosing a martial art, the stone tablet would disappear forever and would not appear a second time. Therefore, once an earth-level martial art was taken away, it would completely disappear. There's no point in remembering the name and coming back to take it. It's completely gone, so there's not much point in remembering it. But Tianyin wasn't interested in this place. He was more interested in the main quest. From here, how can he control the entire heavens immersing ancient ruins? How can I complete the quest? Tianyin frowned as he walked along the way. There were too many martial arts in front of him, but he believed that most of them were human-level martial arts. It's not surprising that the strong who created this heavens immersing ancient ruins would have so many human-level martial arts. For a first-grade force, human-level martial arts are good martial arts, but for a high-grade force, it's trash martial arts. After going around in a big circle, he really couldn't find any clues. There was no hint at all. Just looking at the large pile of stone tablets, it's impossible to find anything. Looks like I can only use my trump card. Tianyin's eyes flashed and immediately activated Luck Aura. Apart from this, he really can't do anything else. Relying on this, his luck increased by 5 times in an instant. According to his 100 luck points, it's equivalent to 500 times. Of course, luck was not calculated in this way. Previously, his luck value was equivalent to 0, but under the lucky halo, he still had good luck with women and encountered other good things. Everyone has a hidden luck. As for how high it is, it's unknown. But with the bonus of luck points, his luck naturally soared. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so enthusiastic when he saw the quest with Luck Aura. After activating Luck Aura, Itianyan didn't touch any stone tablet, but walked around randomly to see if there would be any changes. After going around in a big circle, he still didn't see any changes. It's the same as before. There's still a pile of stone tablets, no change at all. Even when he glanced around, some of the stone tablets are the same as before. There is no change. Strange. Even activating Luck Aura doesn't work this time? Tianyan frowned. Could it be that my luck is not enough? He walked around in a circle and found that there is no point, so he could only turn off Luck Aura. In the end, he can only choose one of the stone tablets. No matter how he walked around here, he can't get out of here. No matter how he ran, he still returned to this area. He can't get out at all. When he chose a stone tablet that looks more pleasing to the eye and was about to touch it, suddenly his hand felt like it was electrocuted and quickly retracted. No! If this is a maze, then these stone tablets are equivalent to the eye of a maze. Tianyan stood up, squinted his eyes, and glanced at the stone tablets, quickly constructed a cracking map in his mind, and soon locked on the place to crack this formation. The stone tablet in front of him. Tianyan slapped his thigh and scolded, "Son of a bitch! I was wondering why it is useless. It turned out that I chose this stone tablet before. What a waste of my crazy point!" He is very distressed after going around in a big circle and finally found that it is in front of him. He wasted a lot of crazy point. But it's not touch, it's destroy. Then he smashed his fist down on the stone tablet. With a loud bang, the entire stone tablet was smashed into countless pieces. After the stone tablet was broken, the surrounding environment quickly disappeared. Whether it is the yellow sand or the stone tablet, everything disappeared. After a moment, he was in another special environment, blue sea and blue sky, a quiet island. I can really come in by destroying it. It seems that the difficulty is really not small. If I don't crack the maze outside, then I can't come in here. If I don't know, I can only choose the martial arts outside. Tianyan shook his head. If he chose to touch it, it is estimated that he will really get the martial arts instead of entering here. It seems that even if his luck is good, he knows which is the goal. But if he doesn't complete it according to the rules, it is still meaningless. If it is someone else, they will not destroy it, but touch it. Even if his luck is good, he chose the right stone tablet, but not destroy it, but touch it, then it will end in failure. But because of this, maybe he will get the Earth-level martial arts. In any case, this is the right stone tablet. Chapter 81. Tianyan looked around. Except for the flowers and trees, there was nothing special. But there was a small path in front of him. He walked along the path, and after walking for a while, a small courtyard came into view. It doesn't look as broken as the outside, but the inside is an illusion, so of course the illusion will not be destroyed, so it can maintain the original state. Although it is not destroyed, the courtyard looks very ordinary. It seems to be built with ordinary wood. Originally, things like illusions can be built at will. It can be as luxurious as you want. But in this place, it is extremely ordinary. But the more ordinary it is, the more problematic it is. True experts would simplify the Great Tao. They would focus on simplicity instead of focusing on luxury. He came to the front of the courtyard, reached out, and gently knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. A few times in this quiet courtyard, it is particularly loud. "Come in." A low voice came from inside. Tianyan was surprised. He did not expect that there is really someone here. He just knocked on the door politely. After all, this is someone else's territory. Whether or not they are here, he still needs to test. After that, he gently pushed open the door, and what entered his eyes was a courtyard filled with flowers and plants. An old man sat in a pavilion in the courtyard, and he was drinking by himself. He seemed to be very leisurely. "Junior greets Senior." Tianyan respectfully walked in and respectfully saluted the old man. An expert who can create the heavens immersing ancient ruins is definitely not an ordinary person. So of course he has to be respectful. The strong will always be respected, so he also has to be respectful. There is no need to be so polite. I am not the owner of this place. The old man smiled and stood up. You are not the owner of this place? Tianyin is startled. He lives here, but he is not the owner of this place? Yes, this old man is just the manager here. You can call me Old Xian. Fated One, please follow me. Elder Xian gestured for him to enter the house. Tianyin nodded his head and followed Elder Xian into the house. There were no other treasures in the house, but there was a memorial tablet on the table with the words Spirit King Xian Tian clearly written on it. The owner of this house was Spirit King Xian Tian. So it's a Spirit King. Tianyin was shocked. A Spirit King was second only to a Holy King. In fact, they were at the Void Spirit stage, and were generally referred to as Spirit Kings. In this continent, he was already in existence that stood at the pinnacle. No wonder he was able to create such a massive historical site. It was not difficult for him to have such strength. This is Master's memorial tablet. Elder Xian sighed. Spirit King Xian Tian, he's all ready. Tianyin was startled. A Spirit King died just like that? Yes. So what if he's a Spirit King? He still can't escape the fate of death. Elder Xian sighed. Tianyin's expression was solemn. He respectfully said, Then this junior will first light an incense stick for senior to show his respect. Elder Xian gently waved his hand. An incense stick appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Tianyin. Tianyin took the incense stick, came to the front of the memorial tablet, and deeply bowed 3 times. His attitude was dignified and quite respectful. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity that a Spirit King had fallen just like that. After bowing 3 times, he walked over with the incense stick and inserted it into the incense burner. Elder Xian looked at Tianyin, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, Not bad. You have a good temperament and a good character. You are qualified to become Master's successor disciple. Tianyin was startled. He only lit an incense stick. How could he be qualified to become Master's successor disciple? You don't have to be surprised. I just have the qualification. But it's better than the others, who don't even have the qualification. Elder Xian coldly snorted. Not only do they not have the slightest bit of politeness, they're not sincere towards Master. They don't have the slightest bit of respect. They are the type to run away after obtaining the inheritance. They are definitely not trustworthy. You mean to say that there were indeed people who came in before, but due to a problem with their attitude, they did not obtain the inheritance? Tianyin asked doubtfully. That's right, and I even gave them a punishment. Elder Xian said in a low voice, This is my territory. I can feel anyone's sincere respect towards Master. If they do not have such thoughts, then they do not have the qualifications to obtain it. Soon after, Elder Xian smiled at him and said, You don't have to worry. Your temperament is not bad. My master has always been very hospitable and attaches great importance to etiquette. You are very suitable. Tianyin could not help but wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. Luckily, he had corrected his attitude. Otherwise, he would really be finished. Although he did not know what Elder Xian meant by punishment, but from the current situation, it seems that he will either die or become an idiot. Their souls are connected to the trial stone tablet, as long as they hit it hard. Even if they don't die, they will definitely become an idiot. Their bodies are not affected, but they will become an idiot. It seems that sometimes it is important to pay attention to etiquette. Many cultivators rushed in, knocked open the door, and wanted to snatch the treasure. Where is the slightest bit of etiquette? Who would have thought that there would be a test of etiquette to enter? This. What does Elder Xian want to test? Tianyin asked. If you want to obtain our master's inheritance without a certain level of strength, you will not be able to inherit it. Elder Xian smiled. He has a good impression of Tianyin. The level you want to achieve is very simple. That is to defeat Master. Defeat Master? Tianyin said in a daze. Didn't Spirit King Xian Tian already pass away, How can I compete with him? Of course, not the real master, but the divine sense left by the master. As long as you defeat this divine sense, you will be qualified to inherit the inheritance. Elder Xian said in a deep voice, If you fail, I will slightly impact your soul, causing this part of your memory to be erased. There will be no problem. Although they welcome many geniuses to complete the inheritance, everything depends on their own strength. If everyone knows the rules, then there will be no difficulty here. No problem. Yi Tianyin nodded. He definitely has no problem. If he can't deal with it, then no one can. The limit here is spirit refinement realm. He is a core condensation realm cultivator. Who can he be afraid of? Well, are you ready now? Elder Xian asked. Yes. Yi Tianyin said. Elder Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, the courtyard in front of him disappeared, and in front of him is a huge martial arts arena, surrounded by empty space. There is no end to it. Then a young man appeared in front of Yi Tianyin. His eyes were closed. When he appeared, he slowly opened his eyes. A bright light burst out from his eyes, as if it can pierce through the world. Chapter 82. When Master was young, he didn't know much, so you don't have to worry about what kind of amazing martial arts Master will use. Old Xian smiled faintly and said, As for Master's cultivation level, it is determined according to your cultivation level. The higher your cultivation level, the higher Master's cultivation level. As long as you defeat Master, you can smoothly become the successor. To be able to defeat Spirit King Xiantian, who is at the same level as him, even when he was young, he was not a simple character. I wonder how strong are you now? Old Xian gently raised his hand. A light shrouded Yi Tianyin and began to explore his cultivation level. After a moment of exploration, Old Xian suddenly dumbfounded, shocked. Core condensation stage. Moreover, 7th level core condensation. Although Old Xian is the manager of this place, he is the one in charge of the illusion array, so his ability is not weak, so it is not difficult to explore someone's cultivation level. But after the exploration, he was immediately dumbfounded. 7th level core condensation stage, completely beyond spirit refinement stage. Yes, Junior is at 7th level core condensation stage. I don't know why I can come in. Is this a violation of the rules? Yi Tianyin is a little embarrassed. He doesn't want Old Xian to disqualify him. That would be funny. That's strange. I clearly told you that only core condensation cultivators can come in, but you can come in. Old Xian smiled bitterly. It seems that there's a problem, but since you're here, I can't let you leave. The cultivation limit is so low, mainly because it is very flexible. Even if you re-practice other martial arts, it will not waste any time. Therefore, it is set at spirit refinement stage. Since you are at core condensation stage, if the inheritance is not suitable for your cultivation, it will be a troublesome thing. Old Xian, you don't have to worry about this problem. I think there is nothing that is not suitable for my cultivation, and I don't need to abolish my previous martial arts. Yi Tianyin has the system. The system is all-inclusive. As long as it is a martial art, it can be used on equipment. All right, no matter what, you will have two choices when the time comes. One is to give up, but I will erase your memories. The other is to continue cultivating. But if it doesn't suit your cultivation, I will forcefully cripple your previous cultivation. Elder Xian said solemnly. This was his master's inheritance, so he had to treat it seriously and not casually spread it out. No problem. Yi Tianyin smiled and said, Elder Xian, what is your definition of cultivation? Since you're at 7th level core condensation, then you're still at 7th level core condensation. If you're still at spirit refinement realm, then there's no need for this fight. Old Xian gently waved his hand and a light enveloped Spirit King Xiantian. The young Spirit King Xiantian's momentum suddenly skyrocketed, soaring all the way to the sky. In Yi Tianyin's eyes, his overall combat strength had started from 0 and had been rising crazily. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. until it reached almost 50,000. It finally stopped. This is already a very scary number. A normal 7th level core condensation cultivator's combat strength is about 40,000. But this Spirit King Xiantian is worthy to be called a teenager. His combat strength has reached 50,000. Spirit King Xiantian, teenager 7th level core condensation. Extremely strong physique, a high-grade spirit tool. Combat strength is 50,000. This Spirit King Xiantian is really not simple. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Using the appraisal eye, Spirit King Xiantian's combat strength is really not weak. Of course, for Yi Tianyun this is nothing. With the buff of the power suit, his combat strength has reached 60,000, which is enough to crush Spirit King Xiantian. Without the buff of the power suit, his combat strength is also about 50,000, basically the same as Spirit King Xiantian. And this is because he has the Dragon God's bloodline to strengthen his physique. Previously, he activated the Dragon God's bloodline in his body, which strengthened his physique a lot. From this point, it can be seen that Spirit King Xiantian's physique is absolutely amazing. The buff of the power suit is 100% strength, but it doesn't mean 100% combat strength. It simply increases Yi Tianyun's strength. If he directly increases all of his strength, it means that his combat strength will explode to 100,000, which is obviously impossible. The power suit is not a divine tool. It can only be equivalent to a spirit tool. You can choose your own weapon. You can also choose the weapon we give you. It's up to you. Old Xian said, "But Master doesn't need a weapon. He can only rely on his fists." "Only relying on my fists? Then I will also fight with my bare fists to show my respect." Yi Tianyun did not choose any other weapon. He chose to fight with his bare fists. "Are you sure?" Old Xian said, "This is not a simple matter. Master's physique is much stronger than ordinary cultivators. I know you want to show respect, but what is needed here is strength." "No problem. I want to use my fists," Yi Tianyun said with a smile. "I don't think I can lose to anyone with my fists." Old Xian was silent for a while, then said, "Well, as you wish. If you fail, you won't have the chance to challenge. You will be treated as a failure." "Okay," Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Seeing Yi Tianyun's determination, Old Xian can only choose to give up and immediately said, "Then let's begin." As soon as his voice fell, Spirit King Xiantian stomped the ground with all his strength. Boom! Just like a meteorite, every time he stomped the ground, there was a feeling of the earth shaking. A strong sense of oppression rushed towards Yi Tianyun's face. Yi Tianyun's expression was indifferent. When Spirit King Xiantian rushed towards him, he smiled and quickly reached out his hand to meet Spirit King Xiantian's fist, without the slightest fear. Old Xian looked at this scene and shook his head. Facing Spirit King Xiantian's fist head-on, this is not a good method. It should be said that it is a stupid method. Spirit King Xiantian's forte is his strong physique. Even if he doesn't learn any martial arts, he can still burst out a terrifying power. Bang! With a heavy punch, Yi Tianyun's palm grabbed Spirit King Xiantian's fist, and a terrifying suction force quickly came from his palm. Absorbing Star's great technique. Coupled with the dark North divine art, a super strong suction force came from his palm, and a steady stream of spiritual energy was drawn out and flowed into Yi Tianyun's body. 1,000 experience points, 1,300 experience points, 1,200 experience points. It is still effective here. I can still absorb EXP. This made Yi Tianyun happy, immediately activated the crazy EXP mode. Suddenly the EXP value skyrocketed. 4,000 EXP for 1,400 EXP for 1,800 EXP. A steady stream of EXP, like crazy, flowed into his body. Chapter 83. Spirit King Xiantian was completely suppressed by Yi Tianyun. Both of his hands were tightly grabbing onto Yi Tianyun's hand. No matter how Yi Tianyun struggled, he couldn't break free. Compared to me, your physique is still a bit lacking. Yi Tianyan smiled. It's undeniable that Spirit King Xiantian's physique is very strong, but he's even stronger, especially with the buff from the power suit. He was firmly suppressed, unable to move at all. Spirit King Xiantian didn't give up struggling at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly kicked towards Yi Tianyan. A domineering qi burst out from his foot, like a sickle trying to hook Yi Tianyan's body. But the moment he kicked, Yi Tianyan's mouth, curved into a smile, immediately grabbed Spirit King Xiantian's arm, pulled him to the side, and threw him away. But his hand didn't leave the arm that grabbed Spirit King Xiantian's arm. After dodging the kick, Yi Tianyan pressed Spirit King Xiantian to the ground. Because of the kick, Spirit King Xiantian's center of gravity was unstable. Under the pressure of Yi Tianyan, he fell to the ground. Bang! Spirit King Xiantian fell heavily on the ground, then was suddenly pulled by Yi Tianyan, turned around. His whole body was now facing the ground. Yi Tianyan quickly kneeled on his waist and pressed him to the ground. Strength is good, but in the case of suppressing you, it's nothing. Yi Tianyan smiled, opened his inventory, threw the double EXP pill into his mouth, and his EXP doubled again. In total, his EXP has increased by 6 times. Originally, he thought that he wouldn't get any EXP, so he didn't take the double EXP pill before, but now that he can get EXP, he naturally won't waste it. 6,000 EXP, 6,300 EXP, 7,000 EXP. Spirit King Xiantian's EXP kept rising like a monster, constantly being absorbed by Yi Tianyan. Maintaining this state, Yi Tianyan kept absorbing EXP like crazy, unable to move at all. From the beginning, Yi Tianyan already planned to do this. He just wanted to see how long Spirit King Xiantian could be absorbed by him. Old Xian, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. From the very beginning, he was completely suppressed by Spirit King Xiantian, and in terms of strength, he was even stronger than him. Under this super strong suppression, he couldn't even move a bit. What power! Very few cultivators of the same generation can surpass Master. Elder Xian felt that it was inconceivable, but he didn't stop the duel. This duel could only be considered over if one side lost. Either Yi Tianyan is sent flying or Spirit King Xiantian is killed. There's only one choice. Spirit King Xiantian twisted madly, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Yi Tianyan's suppression. He could only obediently let Yi Tianyan extract his spiritual power, and his body gradually became transparent. Under normal circumstances, Spirit King Xiantian will only disappear when he is beheaded, but now he is slowly being drained of his spiritual energy and disappearing. Old Xian can feel the whole process. He can feel his master's EXP King Xiantian's EXP King is slowly being drained. Although this is an illusion, it is also made of EXP King Xiantian's EXP King. Once EXP King Xiantian's EXP King Xiantian's EXP King, this place will collapse. I'd like to see how long you can last. Yi Tianyan smiled. It seems like it will take a long time before he can kill Spirit King Xiantian. Looking at the EXP constantly increasing, he is naturally very happy. If it was any other 7th level core condensation cultivator, they would have already been sucked dry by him. Spirit King Xiantian has a lot of EXP in his EXP King's EXP. In this state, Yi Tianyan has been crazily absorbing Spirit King Xiantian's EXP for a long time. Adding up to hundreds of thousands of EXP, he still can't suck Spirit King Xiantian dry. He looked down at the suppressed Spirit King Xiantian. He seems to be quite strong. His body is slightly transparent. The key is not only Spirit King Xiantian has become a little transparent, even the illusion has become a little transparent. What kind of martial art is this? How can you keep absorbing Spirit King Xiantian? Old Xian finally couldn't help but ask. His face showed a wry smile. If you continue to absorb Spirit King Xiantian like this place will collapse. Yi Tianyan looked at Old Xian and smiled. No way! This place will collapse so easily. If you continue to absorb Spirit King Xian like this, You will definitely collapse. The heavens immersing ancient ruins has been here for too long. The effect of the Spirit Gathering Array is getting weaker and weaker. The ability to gather Spirit King Shintian is getting worse and worse. If you continue to absorb Spirit King Shintian like this, you won't be able to absorb Spirit King Shintian anymore. This evildoer seems to be addicted to it. Normally, cultivators would just quickly defeat them, but he's actually suppressing Spirit King Shintian. It seems like he is addicted to absorbing Spirit King Shintian's Spirit King Shintian. Of course, Tianyan can't be full. No matter how much Spirit King Shintian has, he can absorb it all and convert it into EXP unless he reaches the peak. He can keep absorbing Spirit King Shintian. But I didn't even defeat Spirit King Shintian. Does this count as defeating him? Tianyan asked. This doesn't count as defeating Master. I can't interfere. Let go of Master, then defeat him. Old Xian said in a pleading tone. If he continues to stay like this, the entire heavens immersing ancient ruins will collapse. Just because it hasn't collapsed now doesn't mean it won't collapse in the future. Old Xian is relying on Spirit King Xian to stay here. If he doesn't have Spirit King Shintian's Spirit King Shintian, he will disappear. Well, Tianyan smiled and said, let's talk about it later. Old Xian's heart was about to collapse before he thought that Tianyan was very respectful. But now it seems that he is a bit like a rogue. You can't blame him. He finally found a big piece of meat. How can he let it go? Continuously absorbing EXP is much faster than looking for high-level cultivators to kill. At least it saves a lot of trouble. After absorbing for a long time, a pleasing sound finally came. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan. Successfully broke through to core condensation stage level 8. Finally leveled up. This process is quite long. Tianyan smacked his lips. Although the absorption speed is not slow, but it requires a lot more EXP. That's why it took so long to absorb. After he leveled up, he saw that the surroundings are more transparent, but it seems that it can still last for a while. Although there are some problems with the Spirit Gathering Array in heaven's immersing ancient ruins, but it is more or less useful. Little friend, have you absorbed enough? Is it not enough? Old Xian looked at Tianyan. He can't help but persuade him. This attitude is no longer that of a superior. It's more like a pleading attitude. If he could intervene, he would definitely judge Tianyan as the winner, instead of watching from the sidelines. Almost, it's just a little bit. It won't collapse so easily. Tianyan smiled. Such a big heavens immersing ancient ruins. How can it collapse so easily? Chapter 84. After listening, Old Xian almost vomited blood. He still wants to absorb more? How long will it take for him to reach the peak? That's enough, although I don't know what kind of martial arts you practice. But if you absorb too much, your spiritual power will be too impure. It will cause the spiritual power in your body to be unstable. Old Xian began to use his knowledge to persuade Tianyan. Old Xian is right, so I plan to get up in a while. Tianyan smiled. He naturally knows this truth, but it doesn't apply to him. It's just that he thought, it's not easy to catch a big fat piece of meat. If he doesn't absorb more, it'll be a waste. Although he will be able to take control of the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, it doesn't mean that he can move it away. So he needs to absorb as much EXP as possible to improve his cultivation. Well, I hope you can hurry up. Old Xian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. In the end, after Tianyan absorbed more than 500,000 EXP, he decided to give up. He wanted to absorb a little more until he reaches 9th level core condensation before leaving, or until he reaches peak core condensation. But it seems that if he continues to absorb like this heavens immersing ancient ruins will really collapse. Although this place was built by the Spirit King, but it's been a long time. If he was at his peak, he can keep absorbing like crazy without any problem. It's estimated that the Spirit Gathering Array can replenish it much faster than him. But now it's been a long time, it's already good enough that it still exists. If it weren't for the Spirit Gathering Array, it would have completely collapsed. Almost at the same time, Yi Tianyin bounced up. The suppressed Spirit King Xian Tian also bounced up. Just as he stood up, he attacked Yi Tianyin. This divine sense can only attack. There is no other communication. Only when it is killed will it disappear. Break for me. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He swung his fist and punched the Spirit King Xian Tian, sending him flying. Immediately, he stepped on the ground again. He chased after the Spirit King. Both of his palms combined into a fist. He punched the Spirit King again. Boom! After Spirit King Xian Tian was slammed into the ground, his body suffered heavy injuries. There are faint cracks. Yi Tianyin didn't let Spirit King Xian Tian go. He punched his body heavily. Spirit King Xian Tian didn't even have time to bounce back. He was hit by this heavy punch. Bang! In the end, Spirit King Xian Tian turned into countless stars and dissipated in the air. He was completely defeated. Ding successfully killed juvenile Spirit King Xian Tian, gaining 10. 000 EXP. 3,400 crazy point. Spirit King Xian Tian EXP. Spirit King EXP of Avi of Tian. X didn't expect. It Tian EXP of this at X a spirit. It's finally over. Yi Tianyin shook his head. He looked at Old Xian and said, Old Xian, did I complete the test? Old Xian shook his head. Seeing that Yi Tianyin finally stopped absorbing, he was relieved. Congratulations on completing the test. You can now obtain Master's inheritance. Including the control of heavens immersing ancient ruins? Yi Tianyin quickly added. Yes, as long as you get Master's inheritance, then the control of heavens immersing ancient ruins will naturally belong to you. Old Xian smiled. Very good, that's what I need. Yi Tianyin smiled. Gaining control of heavens immersing ancient ruins is equivalent to occupying it, naturally completing the task. Come with me. Although Yi Tianyin continued to absorb spiritual power, making the spiritual power here a little thin, but it doesn't violate any rules. It can only be said that Yi Tianyin's level is very high. This is not a bad thing. In fact, it's a good thing. The stronger the inheritor, the better. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of the inheritance? Immediately, Old Xian waved his hand. The surrounding space changed, and in front of them is the outermost trial stone tablet. It looks exactly the same, but on the surface, it's different. When they looked at the stone tablet before, they couldn't see what was written on it. Now, Yi Tianyin can clearly see what is written on the stone tablet. Xian Tian Divine Tactics? Yi Tianyin saw the title. He felt that it's not that simple, because the master of this place is called Spirit King Xian Tian. Does this mean that by relying on this divine tactics, one can reach Spirit King level? I believe you can see, this is the divine tactics that Master has improved countless times. As long as your talent is not weak, then you can continue to cultivate until you reach Spirit King level. Elder Xian immediately added, This is a heaven-tier martial art, and it's a middle-tier heaven-tier martial art. Unfortunately, I'm at the end of my lifespan, and I'm unable to improve this martial art to a high-tier heaven-tier martial art. He sighed deeply, feeling that it's still a pity a high-grade heaven-level martial art can be considered complete. Only then can one reach Saint King level. To be able to create a martial art and cultivate it to Spirit King level is already very amazing. Yi Tianyin knows the difficulty. A martial art needs to be improved many times before it can become extremely perfect and suitable for cultivation. Otherwise, if he were to go berserk, his cultivation would probably be crippled. But a heaven-level martial art is already quite amazing. Even a third-grade force does not have a heaven-level martial art. Only fourth-grade forces have a heaven-level martial art, and they are extremely rare. Yes, the difficulty is not small. So you have to inherit Master's mantle, cultivate this inheritance, and then improve it. Perfect this Xian Tian divine tactics. This is Master's last wish. Old Xian said. Yi Tianyin nodded. I will cultivate this martial art well. If you want to cultivate this martial art, in addition to your talent, you also need to meet a relatively harsh condition. Old Xian solemnly said. What harsh condition? Yi Tianyin asked. Your blood energy must be strong enough, and your body must be strong enough. Old Xian explained. The Xian Tian divine tactics is a martial art that can make one's defense to the extreme, so it needs a huge amount of blood energy to support it. Super strong defense, invulnerability, from the beginning. You will be in an invincible position. Immediately, Yi Tianyin displayed the dragon god bloodline. The surging blood energy and strong body shocked Old Xian speechless. Is this okay? Yi Tianyin said indifferently. Old Xian was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, Monster, if you do not meet this condition, you need to strengthen the tempering to be able to cultivate it. Now, Yi Tianyin completely met the standard, even exceeding his expectations. Then let's start now. You start to comprehend this Xian Tian divine tactics. What needs to be tested is your comprehension. When the time came, he would see if he could master it. If he couldn't, he could only say sorry. Of course, you only need to cultivate the first 2 levels. Old Xian said in a low voice, Every martial art has its own characteristics. If it is not compatible, it will be extremely difficult to cultivate. Chapter 85. In the blink of an eye, almost a week had passed. Outside the trial steel, everyone woke up from their meditation contentedly. Although it was only a short week, it was better than cultivating outside for 2 months. They came here for 2 reasons. Other than obtaining martial arts, the other reason was to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate. With such dense spiritual energy, they naturally could not let it go. Some cultivators had broken through here, which was enough to see that the spiritual energy density was too much of a benefit. But now that they were about to go out, the most important person had not woken up. That person was Yi Tianyin. This made them very shocked. Yi Tianyin had not woken up from his enlightenment and was still shrouded in this light. He had been comprehending for so long, an entire week. The others could come out in less than a quarter of an hour. There was originally nothing inside, just a large pile of stone steels. Then they could come out by relying on luck. It was quite fast. But now Yi Tianyin had stayed inside for a week, which made them dumbfounded. They should say that he was a weirdo. I have already woken up from my seclusion. Why is he still comprehending? Could it be that he has been choosing martial arts inside and hesitating? It is really possible, but this is not worth it. Is it that difficult for him to choose martial arts? What a joke! This is not worth it at all. If this continues when the door closes, he will be a fool and unable to get out. The other cultivators laughed. They felt that Yi Tianyin was a fool. He had been choosing for so long and had missed the opportunity to cultivate. This was such a good cultivation environment, but he did not come out. Instead, he chose martial arts inside. Wasn't he a fool? This was their general thought, including Qin Shui and the others. They all thought that Yi Tianyin was choosing martial arts inside. All along, many people did not know what martial arts were inside. They did not know that as long as they could break the maze, they could enter the trial. After all, those who failed had already become idiots or died. If they succeeded, they would not have been qualified to enter. This control would have long been taken by others. It's almost time to prepare. Everyone inside, come out. The door is about to close. A shout came from outside the door. They couldn't come in, but their voices could still pass in. Yi Tianyin's situation was very strange, but they didn't want to stay here any longer. When the time came, they would have to wait for 3 years before they could leave. With their abilities, they wouldn't be able to hold on for 3 years. Let alone 3 years, they would die here in a year. For the time being, they couldn't survive by just absorbing spiritual energy without eating or drinking. Such a situation could only be achieved by reaching a higher cultivation base. Senior sister, we are about to go out. Why hasn't Elder woken up yet? Did something happen? And Ling was very anxious. They were about to go out, but their elder still hadn't woken up. Qin Shui frowned and said, I don't know about this, but looking at Elder Yi's situation, he might have really entered a strange state, or he's stuck inside. It's impossible for us to break this light. Now we can only go out and tell Great Elder we can't stay here. The light from Trial Stone Tablet is not something they can break at all. They can only choose to leave, otherwise they will be locked up here. Jade Palace will lose even more. There were 7 disciples here, and all of them were talented disciples. This is not heartless, but it's useless to stay here. They finally looked at Yi Tianyin and quickly went out. While going out, they were also vigilant of other sect disciples, whether they will attack them. It turns out that it's superfluous not to mention that Jade Palace is now in an uproar, saying that Jade Palace is super strong. No one dares to provoke them. Moreover, they all obtained human-level martial art. There is no need to take risks to rob it. When they just went out, a disciple of Hua Tian's sect immediately reported to Sect Master Hua Huan. Sect Master, Liang Feng was killed by Yi Tianyin. What? Sect Master Hua Huan was startled, and immediately his eyes burst with killing intent. What happened? Great Elder hurriedly came over, and his heart sank. Sure enough, Yi Tianyin made trouble again. Sect Master Hua Huan, you can't blame our people. Your disciple said that he wants to have a life and death duel with our junior brother. Junior brother agreed, and then this situation happened. Qin Shui stood up and said, "This matter many people saw, including the disciples of other sects. They heard it and saw it. Life and death duel. Life and death has nothing to do with sect." Sect Master Hua Huan frowned. Liang Feng is the disciple they focus on training, and he died just like that. It's a waste of resources. Is that so? Sect Master Hua Huan looked at his disciple and said, "Yes, speak louder." Sect Master Hua Huan stared at his disciple coldly and said, "Yes." The disciple began to shout, "Waste, since it's a life and death duel." Liang Feng died. That means he is incompetent. Sect Master Hua Huan slapped the disciple, and at the same time said coldly, "Apologize to Jade Palace's Great Elder." "Yes, Sect Master." The disciple hurriedly climbed up, covered his swollen face, and said to Great Elder, "I'm sorry, it's all our senior brother's fault. This has nothing to do with your disciple." "I'm sorry, Great Elder MOU." Sect Master Hua Huan apologized. "It's okay." Great Elder replied indifferently. She knows that Sect Master Hua Huan just doesn't want to provoke Jade Palace. If it wasn't for Jade Palace suppressing 3 major forces recently, Sect Master Hua Huan would never have such a good attitude. Immediately, Sect Master Hua Huan turned back to his position and began to count the martial arts he obtained. His eyes were full of killing intent. He endured his anger, no matter who was wrong. The disciple he painstakingly trained was killed. How can he not be angry? What's the situation? Where is Elder Yi? Great Elder looked up and found that the troublemaker is not here. Elder Yi, he is still meditating in the Trial Stone Tablet. It's been almost a week, and he still hasn't comprehended anything. Qin Shui said worriedly, "If this continues, the gate will close." What did you say?" Great Elder was shocked. "Elder, he hasn't woken up since he started meditating. This disciple suspects that he is trapped inside." Qin Shui said again, "What the hell is going on? It doesn't make sense. Is he always choosing martial arts?" Great Elder frowned. "But that's not right. Although those martial arts are good, it's not worth wasting so much time to choose. Is he really trapped inside? If he is really trapped inside, then it will be troublesome. There is less than a day left. If this continues, the gate will close, and the next time will be 3 years later." Chapter 86. Heaven's immersing ancient ruins can only be opened for a week at most. This is not their regulation. The concentration of spiritual power inside is so high they can't wait for all disciples to stay inside for a while. However, this was not something they could manage. After a week, the door would automatically close. As for why this will happen, they're not very clear. Anyway, at most a week after the time limit, the door will close. So if this continues, Yi Tianyin will be locked inside, and many people gloated over his misfortune. Among them, sect master Huan can't wait for Yi Tianyin to not come out, so he is trapped inside. The situation outside is that this disciple of Jade Palace is too stupid. He is still choosing martial arts. It has been a long time since such an idiot appeared. When it was first opened, there might still be such a situation where one stayed inside and did not come out. After many years, it has not appeared, unless he died inside, otherwise he will come out. If Yi Tianyin is trapped inside, it is equivalent to a big joke in Jade Palace. A disciple is too greedy, choosing martial arts for too long, leading to death inside. Yi Tianyin continued to comprehend the Xian Tian divine art. To be precise, he didn't comprehend the Xian Tian divine art, but he copied the content of the Xian Tian divine art into the system. The system is frantically reading the data above, but this heaven-level martial art is really not simple, so the reading speed is too slow. I didn't expect the appraisal eye to have this effect, but the speed is a bit slow. The appraisal eye can brand any martial arts into the mind. As long as it is branded in the mind, it is equivalent to directly learning it. But the speed is a bit slow, the data is read bit by bit, it can only be said that the level is too low. Although it can be upgraded, but it needs 50,000 crazy point. It is not enough, he can only do it step by step. Finally, it took a lot of time to copy all the martial arts. Ding successfully cultivated Xian Tian divine art missing version. At this time there is one more Xian Tian divine art. There is no conflict. It is like equipping it. There is no difficulty at all. Old Xian, this junior has successfully cultivated it. Yi Tianyin stood up and smiled. Succeeded? So fast? Elder Xian was stunned. He felt that only a week was a very short period of time. The Xian Tian divine art was so profound that it was impossible to cultivate it to the end in one go. Furthermore, each level corresponded to a different level of cultivation, so there was no need for the later levels. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, one wouldn't be able to use it. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I have already mastered the second level. You mastered the second level so quickly?" Elder Xian's eyes widened. To be able to learn the second level in a short week, he estimated that he would need at least a month to master the second level. "Yes, I've already learned the second level," Yi Tianyin said with certainty. Elder Xian was silent for a moment before he solemnly said, "Then show it to me." He had to confirm it. Yi Tianyin nodded and quickly activated the Xian Tian divine art. Immediately, a layer of strange energy appeared on his body and covered his body like a crystal. After a while, it looked like an invisible armor covering his body. It looked a little transparent, but it released an indestructible aura that made him feel very at ease. It was a feeling that no one could hurt him if he released it. Of course, the Xian Tian divine art was not limited to this. Under this layer of armor, the power of an attack was also greatly increased. After all, it was equivalent to forming an indestructible shield with spiritual power. It was also very painful to hit someone. After looking at it for a while, Elder Xian finally believed that Yi Tianyin had really learned it. He immediately laughed and said, "You have indeed comprehended the second level. It seems that your comprehension is quite high. It only took you a week to complete it. I just put in a little more effort." Yi Tianyin smiled faintly and humbly. "Don't be modest. Based on your previous strength, you were stronger than Master when he was young. It is normal for you to have such comprehension." Elder Xian smiled and said, "Since there is no problem, this Xian Tian divine art is yours. I will impart it to you later and brand it in your memory. Practice it well from now on." Elder Xian pointed at Yi Tianyin's forehead, and a light poured into Yi Tianyin's head. Yi Tianyin immediately felt that there was an extra martial art in his memory, but he had to slowly memorize it to be able to fully memorize it. But he had already memorized all of it before, so there was no need for Elder Xian to do so. "Well, now you are the inheritor of heaven's immersing ancient ruins. You will take over Master's mantle. Elder Xian looked at him and said respectfully, Greetings, young Master. Ding, successfully completed Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins mission. Reward, control of Heaven's Immersing Ancient Ruins 100. 000 EXP 100. 000 Crazy Point. Sword of Infinity, Soul Tool. The reward kept popping up, which made Tianyan secretly happy. He finally completed the main mission. He almost thought that he would not be able to complete it. Immediately, he investigated the Sword of Infinity, and the effect immediately appeared. Sword of Infinity. Low-grade soul tool. Invincible. Double critical damage. This effect made Tianyan unable to open his eyes. Double critical damage. For a long time, his critical hit rate is relatively low. There is no effect that increases critical hit rate, so the effect is relatively limited. Increasing his luck aura and luck aura can increase the critical hit rate. If he can get an accessory that increases critical hit rate, it would be even better. Of course, he doesn't need the critical hit damage effect. Just the low-grade soul tool is already very scary. Is there anything I need to do now? Tianyan said to Elder Xian. Yes, the former master's biggest wish is to return to the sect to see the situation, but his body is dying, so he can only sit here. Elder Xian sighed and said, The former master hopes that the inheritor can return to the sect to help. If possible, join the former master's sect and become a disciple. Which sect? Tianyan raised his eyebrows. To be able to cultivate such a genius, it must not be a simple force. Heaven's top mansion. Elder Xian said solemnly. Heaven's top mansion? Tianyan thought for a moment, but he didn't expect it. To be able to cultivate a spirit king, he believed that the force must be strong. Heaven's top mansion is a third-level force. First level is the palace, second level is the sect, and third level is the mansion. Mansion is not a family's mansion. The mansion here is quite a large force, gathering the strongest of the strong. But he has never heard of Heaven's top mansion. Either it is too far away, or it has declined. It was impossible for a force to maintain its strength forever. There would come a day when it would decline. This was not strange at all. Many forces had declined with the passage of time, so it all depended on their own management. Ding, received main quest, strengthen Jade Palace. Promote Jade Palace to second level force. Jade Sect, reward. 1 million EXP, enhanced lottery roulette, 1 crazy point, 100,000 crazy point. Chapter 87. It's not easy to promote a faction from first level faction to second level faction. First of all, it needs enough strong core condensation cultivators. But Jade Palace meets that requirement. The gap lies in the disciples. Jade Palace's disciples are generally in body refinement realm. The number of spirit refinement realm is very small, and there are very few female cultivators, so the number of spirit refinement realm is even smaller. The key lies here. The number of spirit refinement realm disciples must reach more than 50 to be considered as second level faction. Core condensation realm cultivators are from here. That is, the backbone of the faction must reach a certain number. There are less than 10 spirit refinement realm disciples in Jade Palace, and there are still 40 more to reach 50. It will take a long time. It requires a lot of financial and material resources. It's not easy to break through. Otherwise, it would have already become a second-level faction. Let me help you. This can only be solved by alchemy. Tianyan touched his chin. But the reward is quite attractive, not to mention 1 million EXP. There is also an enhanced version of the lottery roulette. What is going on? It seems that after going back, I will be very busy. Tianyan nodded, thinking that the reward is quite satisfactory. Immediately he looked up at old Xian and asked, Is there any martial arts here? Does it all belong to me? Yes, everything here is already young masters, including those martial arts. Old Xian said. Then take me to see it, Tianyan said excitedly. Okay, Immediately, they exited the illusion. Yi Tianyan woke up from meditation, and an old Xian appeared in front of him. But it's not a real entity, but a virtual image. Relying on their ray here, old Xian can still appear here. Rumble. At this time there was a sound outside. Yi Tianyan turned his head and found that the door began to slowly close. This door is closed. I should be able to open it, right? Yi Tianyan asked. Of course. No matter who comes in, there is no problem. Old Xian said. Well, very good. This is absolute control. Everything here is under his control. Then take me there now. Elder Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, they disappeared from where they were and were teleported into a special space. When he entered this space, Yi Tianyan saw a lot of martial arts piled up here. With a glance, there were quite a few human-level martial arts. There were basically no Earth-level martial arts, only 2. Only these 2 Earth-level martial arts are left? Yi Tianyan was stunned. Yes, all the previous ones have been taken away. Only these human-level martial arts are left. Elder Xian answered truthfully. If one is taken away, there will be one less. There are no rubbings here. All right. Yi Tianyan felt very helpless. Human-level martial arts were not very useful. Earth-level martial arts were the most important. Originally, he thought that he would be able to obtain a pile of Earth-level martial arts, but it seemed like his hopes were dashed. Outside heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Great Elder, what do we do now? The door is already closed. Elder, he won't be able to come out later. Qin Shui was anxious, but there was no way. Yi Tianyan still didn't come out. The Great Elder was also extremely anxious in her heart. She couldn't break this light curtain at all. Could it be that she could only watch as the door closed? Other sects' people gloated. Jade Palace lost a genius. It's always a good thing. Looking at Jade Palace being so arrogant recently, this time their disciple was locked in, they suffered a heavy loss. It seems like this is the only way. Great Elder immediately took off the storage ring from her hand, and while the door was not closed, she threw it into the door. This storage ring doesn't store a lot of food, but there are a few medicinal pills. As long as they save a little, it can still be used for a while. During this time, they can only think of a way to save Yi Tianyan. Others shook their heads, thinking that Great Elder Amoyu is just struggling in vain. 3 years is too long. They don't believe that the food in the storage ring can last for 3 years. Who has nothing to do will prepare food for 3 years. The most important thing is that they really haven't seen anyone come out after 3 years. Even if they prepared food, they still didn't come out. This is the most strange thing. Bang! The door slammed shut. It means that this heaven's immersing ancient ruins experience is over. It also means that Yi Tianyan can't come out. Elder Amoyu, it's a pity. In the end, he still can't come out. Sect Master Hua Huan comforted, but there is a bit of joy in his eyes. He killed his own disciple. This time he finally got his retribution. It's okay, we can bear this, Elder Amoyu said with a sullen face. But in fact, she is very sad. This is a core condensation realm powerhouse and a late-stage powerhouse. How can she not feel sad? Everyone else smiled and immediately returned to the Jade Palace, no longer paying attention to the disciples of Jade Palace. These disciples are not in a hurry to leave, but are silent, all showing a sad expression. After saving Elder Yi of Jade Palace, he can't get out. Great Elder, can't this door be opened? Qin Shui asked. No, if it could be opened by force, it would have been open long ago. Elder Mo sighed deeply. She glanced at the door and said, We can only discuss this with the palace master. I don't think it's possible. We can only wait for 3 years. This is the only way. They don't have the strength to forcibly open this heaven's immersing ancient ruins. If they can break it, it would have already been occupied. Why wait until now? Let's go back first. Great Elder Mo, you signaled them to go back first. It's not safe here. Immediately, they all rushed back. Tianyan, who is in heaven's immersing ancient ruins, is not in a hurry to come out. He can control this heaven's immersing ancient ruins, so he can come and go at will, but he is not in a hurry to go out. He is mainly worried about being discovered by others. If they see that he can control the door of heaven's immersing ancient ruins, this is not a good thing. This heaven's immersing ancient ruins can be used as the last trump card. If something happens to Jade Palace, he can lead all the disciples of Jade Palace to hide here. Although heaven's immersing ancient ruins is very old, it can withstand the attack of other forces without any pressure. In addition to these martial arts, is there anything else in heaven's immersing ancient ruins? Tianyan asked. Yes, there is a cultivation room, an armory. I will take young master to see it now. Old Xian took him to other places. But this time he can't teleport. He can only teleport to the Trial Stone tablet. Spirit King Xian Tian's cultivation is amazing, but it doesn't mean that he has so much time to carve a teleportation formation everywhere. It's too much energy. There is no need to waste it. Chapter 88. Tianyan, under the leadership of Old Xian, went to find a lot of weapons, but the grade is not very high. All of them are ordinary iron or spirit tool. There is no soul tool. This is more embarrassing. Just these weapons. Tianyan pointed to the weapons in the arsenal. There are spirit tools and ordinary iron. Because it has been stored here for too long, ordinary iron really became ordinary iron. It is equivalent to a pile of scrap iron. Under the ravages of time, ordinary grade weapons are bound to be damaged. Spirit tools are also inevitable. A lot of them are damaged, although the rest are not damaged, but there is no difference between them and scrap iron. Even if you want to refine it again, it is useless. It has been stored here for too long. Don't know how many years. Yes, because there has been no successor, so I haven't come here for a long time. I didn't expect these weapons to be damaged. Old Xian is a little embarrassed. He thought he can give more things to the successor. He did not expect these weapons to be a pile of scrap iron. Well, I can understand that. Tianyan sighed. This can be seen from the situation outside. This ancient site has become a bit dilapidated. The things inside must not be any better. Immediately, Tianyan walked over. In front of Old Xian's shocked eyes, he rolled up a lot of scrap iron. After rolling it up, Tianyan sold the pile of copper and iron in one breath. The crazy point is simply terrible. The damaged spirit tool is worth at most dozens of crazy point. Some are even worth more than 10 crazy point. Very cheap. Ordinary iron is even more terrible. Only a few crazy point. It is really low. But Tianyan doesn't care. He just helped to clean up this pile of scrap iron. There is no point in staying here. Okay, that's about it. Tianyan looked at the empty space, finally feeling a lot better. Immediately, he clicked on the current status bar to see the situation. Player, Tianyan level, 28, 8th level core condensation, EXP, 58728 crazy point prestige, 130 points cultivation technique, Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xiantian Divine Art Skills, Absorbing Stars Great Technique, Sky Cloud Steps, Blood Fiend Soaring Sky Weapon, Frost Fist, Scarlet Dagger, Wind Chasing Blade, Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Sword of Endlessness Armor, Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Divine Armor, Shadow Cloak Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Lucky Halo Bloodline, Dragon God, Bloodline Ornaments, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet all items, 18 Recovery Pills, 5 double EXP Pills, Gift Pack LV31, HP *1, Bad Luck, Pills slowly accumulating, Crazy Point reached 58,000. Enough to upgrade the appraisal eye. On this question, he was slightly conflicted. The appraisal eye was not particularly necessary, so he felt a little hesitant. Forget it, let's just level up. There's no point in keeping it now. Tianyan gritted his teeth and used the 50,000 crazy points to upgrade appraisal eye. Ding, consumed 50. 000 crazy point, upgrade appraisal eye. Ding, successfully upgraded appraisal eye. Appraisal Eye added new functions. Memory speed and reading speed doubled. Able to inspect more detailed data. Next level. Requires 50,000 crazy point. Memory speed and reading speed doubled. This is no doubt. So the speed of reading martial arts is faster. But more detailed data, what will it be? Then he used himself to test, and immediately the accurate data appeared. Tianyin. Cultivation level 8 core condensation. Divine armor, combat strength 61,000. Martial arts. Dragon god secret art, Xian Tian divine art. Weakness, no weakness. There was an additional function, and that was the ability to report all the martial arts one possessed. Most importantly, there was an additional weakness. Tianyin looked up at Old Xian next to him again to see if he can find more detailed data. Old Xian, cultivation, peak of core condensation stage, intangible, damage nullified, combat power, 83,000 points, martial arts. Xian Tian divine art, flying thunder palm. Weakness, can only be killed by destroying the heavens immersing ancient ruins formation. Otherwise cannot be killed. Kill will get 20,000 EXP, 3,000 crazy point. Possible drop items. Xian Tian divine art, heaven level, flying thunder palm, primeval chaos palm. A lot of things are listed. Even the treasures that can be dropped are listed. Worth it, it's really worth it. Tianyin patted his thigh before he thought that the appraisal eye is nothing special. After the upgrade, at most the reading speed is a little faster. But now it seems that he was too naive. He didn't expect a lot of functions to be added, not only to detect martial arts, but also to detect weaknesses. In fact, he is very satisfied with these 2 points, especially the weakness, which is very detailed. Now there is a list of drop treasures. This is amazing. Seeing that the person has a good treasure, he will definitely drop it. No matter how low-key a person is, under his appraisal eye, everything will be exposed. But whether it will drop or not, it's another matter. But at least he can see what will drop. Previously, he had been vexed over this matter. He did not know if the other party would drop anything. If it was something worthless, he would not even bother activating the lucky halo. Old Xian frowned. He doesn't know what Tianyin is doing. He is laughing like crazy. Did he go crazy when he saw a pile of broken copper and iron? Young master, what's wrong with you? These weapons are not good. But you can go to the cultivation room, it's not bad. Old Xian comforted. Well, take me to the cultivation room. Tianyin stopped laughing, satisfied. Sure enough, things that can be upgraded can't be useless. This 50k crazy point is really worth it. Instead of using it for lottery, it is better to use it to level up. The key is to level up first. Immediately, Old Xian took him to the cultivation room. There's no problem here, because there is a spirit gathering formation, so the concentration of spiritual power in these cultivation rooms is extremely high. In addition, the area where heaven's immersing ancient ruins is located is relatively rich in spiritual power. Spirit King Xiantian will not choose a random place to build a temple. This is definitely a good place. So there's no doubt that there is more spirit gathering formation. It's just that the spirit gathering formation is a bit broken. It needs to be repaired. As long as Tianyin repaired a little, he can't say that it will restore the previous effect. But it will definitely restore a lot of spirit gathering formation. At that time, it can become a very good cultivation place. Definitely better than the location where Jade Palace is located. Well, this is also good. Is there any other place? Tianyin asked. These are all hidden places. They really need to dig 3 feet to be able to dig. But this place is not so easy to destroy, so they can't dig. No, this is it. Old Xian said. Chapter 89. When Tianyin felt that it was about time, he came to the door. When he came out, he saw a storage ring on the ground. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. He was surprised. Isn't this the great elder's ring? Suddenly he knew the situation. They all thought that he was trapped inside, so they threw the storage ring in so that he would have something to eat. If he was trapped here for 3 years without food, he would definitely die. But even if he had something to eat, he would still die. because Elder Xian will personally come out to get rid of them within a week. If they did not break this maze and come in to accept the test, the result will be death. Staying here will only waste the spiritual power here. So they prepared a lot of food to stay here to cultivate, but they all died here. Holding the storage ring, Yi Tianyin was very touched. At least they were willing to do this. It's time to go back. Then Yi Tianyin opened the door. Under his control, the door began to slowly open to the side with a rumble sound. It was not difficult to control. With just a thought, he could easily control the environment here, naturally including the door. After opening a gap, he quickly crawled out. After he crawled out, there was no one outside. He purposely stayed in there for a few more days before he came out. If there was someone outside, it would not be a good thing if they saw him coming out. Boom! With a loud sound, the door was completely closed. When Yi Tianyin nodded with satisfaction, suddenly his eyes turned cold. He looked to the side. Who's there? The direction he was looking at was a forest, hundreds of meters away from here. From where he looked, there was no one, just a forest. Immediately, his eyes turned cold and quickly disappeared. Immediately, he felt a creepy killing intent shrouding him. His heart sank. He did not expect that after hiding inside for a few days, there was still someone outside, and their cultivation was not weak. It seems that my hunch was right, so I came back and waited for a few days. I didn't expect you to be able to open this door and enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins at will. I knew you were a bit strange. Normally people don't take too long to choose the trial steel. But you stayed here for a whole week. There must be something special. I didn't expect you to be able to control the heavens immersing ancient ruins. At this time, a familiar figure appeared from the forest, sneering at Yi Tianyin. Sect Master Hua Kan. When Yi Tianyin saw who it was, he didn't expect it to be sect leader Hua Gong of the splendid sect. He really was a schemer. Everyone else thought he was an idiot who would be trapped here forever. He didn't expect to see Yi Tianyin coming out of the heavens immersing ancient ruins after just 2 days. This means that he will be able to control the heavens immersing ancient ruins at will. If he gains control, then the heavens immersing ancient ruins will be his, and all the treasures inside will belong to him. What? Are you surprised to see me? When I saw you coming out, I was even more surprised. But even more surprised. Sect leader Hua Kan smiled happily. Others thought you would be trapped inside, but I don't quite believe that you are stupid enough to choose martial arts for so long. Plus, you can kill my disciple. Your cultivation must be at the peak of spirit refinement realm. A peak of spirit refinement realm cultivator. Why would he choose martial arts for so long? I don't think it's possible. It turns out that I'm not wrong. Staying here for so long is not in vain. Now I'll give you a choice, that is, hand over the control of the heavens immersing ancient ruins, and I'll leave your corpse intact. At the end of his words, his voice became murderous. He has already regarded Yi Tianyin as a corpse. He not only wants to gain control of the heavens immersing ancient ruins, but he also wants to kill Yi Tianyin to avoid future troubles. Hand over the control of the heavens immersing ancient ruins, and only leave my corpse intact, sect leader Hua Kan. It seems that you don't know how to do business. Yi Tianyin's face is indifferent. He doesn't take the murderous aura seriously. I don't know how to do business, but this deal is not up to you to disagree. After I kill you, I'll search your storage ring. Sect leader Hua Kan has long believed that Yi Tianyin's storage ring contains something that controls the heavens immersing ancient ruins. He doesn't know that killing Yi Tianyin is useless. The one who really controls the heavens immersing ancient ruins is Old Xian. If Yi Tianyin dies, then he can open the heavens immersing ancient ruins. It seems that I can't escape this time. Yi Tianyin smiled lightly. It seems that you're not too stupid. Make a choice. If you don't resist, I can make your death less painful. After killing my disciple, I can let you die a little more comfortably. I'm already very kind to you. To be honest, from the outside, your talent is still very good. At such a young age, you are already at the peak of spirit refinement realm. But in front of me, you can't even withstand a single blow. Sect leader Hua Kan said as he walked towards Yi Tianyan. The pressure gradually increased. He wants to make Yi Tianyan feel more pressure. Sect leader Hua Kan thought that Yi Tianyan's cultivation is only at the peak of spirit refinement realm. This thinking has been fixed. After all, only cultivators with this cultivation can enter the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Then, let's give it a try. Detailed data of sect leader Hua Kan appeared in front of Yi Tianyan's eyes. Hua Kan, 6th level of core condensation, wearing a high-grade spirit armor, combat power 40,000. Martial arts learned. Heavenly dragon palm, falling rain movement technique. Weakness, attacks the shoulder to confuse the opponent. Items that will drop. Heavenly dragon palm, falling rain movement technique. 5 times EXP pill, 100,000 EXP pill, 10,000 to 50,000 gold. Detailed data appeared in front of him. Yi Tianyan's mouth hooked up into a sneer. Playing with him is too inexperienced. It seems that you are stubborn. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Sect leader Hua Kan waved his palm. The power of 6th level of core condensation was released. Layers of sandstorm rolled up on the ground. Then a sand dragon appeared on his palm and wrapped around his arm. Just as he was about to attack, an even faster figure rushed over and punched him. Pum! Sect Master Hua Huan was sent flying. He rolled on the ground several times, and a few of his teeth were knocked out. His whole body was stunned. He didn't know what was going on. He just punched him. When he wanted to get up, a figure rushed over, stepped on his head, and said indifferently, "Who is to blame now?" Sect leader Hua Kan glanced at the figure from the corner of his eye. He was shocked. The punch just now shocked him. Just the strength and speed of the figure. He knew that it is far beyond him.